Doo doo. All right, we should be live and we will just jump right in. Hopefully, I did this right. I'm guessing Baker doesn't want to link, but if he does want to link to the channel, we will do that
I'm sniping you.
later. Oh,
I just jumped it over to my channel. I was gonna see
okay.
if I get
So,
anything.
Oh,
you guys, how is this going? None of this is at all relevant.
it's not
No,
making
it's
me
just
feel
comical.
any differently than I don't know, like I'm really confused because it's just like I feel like I needed David on this, but it's just like
I'm here. I'm here for you, my love.
I don't know. Why in the fuck are you calling me? Work, get out of here.
I thought you were asking me. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm not calling.
No, somebody's like calling my phone. Okay, that's sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Woo. All right.
Oh no, you're fine. We deal
like,
with Salbert
my work
and
phone,
baseball.
somebody's like, anyways, they're not allowing a lot of this Jennifer stuff in, but she like already pleaded, said she was like, she told him all these lies and made up all these people, but it's like they're trying to get that through him, but not say, oh, hey, she actually admitted to all these things without her being there. And it's boggling my mind because I'm just like, why aren't they bringing her? Why can't they bring her in and show those things?
Yeah.
Oh, we're live.
Yeah, we are live. I'm sorry. I went straight to live.
Oh,
because
you're fine.
We were on a break and we're about.
I'm just going to say something really confidential, and you guys threw me up there.
I'm sorry. Well, it has the live thingy on. Sorry, I was jumping in because I know we can't possibly live without a trial right now.
Oh God. Okay. Give the thumbs up. Why am I so tiny?
Why am I so tiny?
And phone calls
when the comments come up,
Jennifer,
but I can work on that.
Oh no, that works. I get it now.
Him holding her underwater.
Can we bump the volume?
CPR.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So that alerted you or made you think that she was in serious danger more than ever before, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we looked at we see that the call logs show that there was a real.
I'm just going to mention something specifically about a member of the chat that may or may not be pulled up right now.
Late September, heading up to the October 9th day. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I mean, we were talking daily. Like I said, he was starting to abuse her at that point. That's when at night I was getting text messages from Jamie.
Oh, for God's sake, Baker!
He was getting ready because
they're fool you every time.
Their 15-year anniversary when they met on October 9th was coming up, and he was going to start planning something special.
Yes, I am streaming, Baker. Go ahead over to my channel and watch it because I just sniped it. I'm not even sniping it. I'm just straight up stealing it.
About until
expect a copyright claim from my attorneys.
He really enjoyed
who are me.
You did it.
Having it underwater in the hot tub. That he was going to see how many guys she can handle that way.
What?
So I was believing that
Salbert,
going to be back to.
I will not handle shenanigans today.
Underwater for multiple guys and.
Did
Here we go again.
And did Jennifer know?
No, Mo is never going to be here, and we're never starting. I will turn this chat around, and no one gets Dairy Queen.
Around this time, or soon, or close to October 9th. Did Jennifer ask you to kill him?
Yes.
She said. Do you remember when that was?
The exact date?
Yes.
Not the exact date. I would probably have to say October 1st or 2nd. She had talked on the phone. Well, it would have been that weekend. Because he wasn't taking her anywhere on the weekends anymore, but he would go out. Jamie and Amber would go out shopping during the day, and so she was totally by herself. So she would call at that time, and we could talk, freely. And she got to the point where she said that it's enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. She was talking about her having a way to poison him, so she would end it. And
How did you respond to that?
I was shocked again. Brought up that we could go to the police again. Again, she brought up Amber. She didn't want any of that stuff involved. Where if Jamie can just
Who's Jamie?
disappear out of the picture.
Not me.
Did you pause it? Mo is
I was.
okay.
We're
was
going to do
asked-
the board. We're going to do the board. We're going to see if this works because God forbid. But
You got to make yourself bigger.
yeah, I'm only 5 seconds behind every boob
In the
shot.
Jennifer kind of way.
Have you seen her new camera? Look at her.
I have. Yeah, I saw you playing around with it. That's awesome.
Fancy.
Is that the camera that I got? Same kind?
Yeah, yes.
It's cool, isn't it?
It is if I could just figure out how to mirror and not mirror and all the other things.
Jamie is the.
The
Oh,
husband
okay.
that died.
Okay,
Oh my
So
God.
we
Look
have-
at,
I have way too much free time.
I think we need a mental health examination for Mo.
Okay, so evil Jamie is the husband, and he has been multi-level marketing his wife.
Of course.
He
Oh,
also thinks fevers are hot. He hates country music because Darrin was a country music fan. And apparently his wife, Jen, the roadie for Leonard Skinner, has brought 7 to 5 men at one time to come consort with her.
so Jamie supposedly knows about Darrin, and that's why he doesn't like country music.
Yeah. That's
So Jen
Claim.
plays 3 of these characters. Darrin plays 1. And then poor real Jamie. Let's see if I can get. I've got to figure out lighting. Poor real Jamie is just one clueless dude who hasn't gotten laid in 4 years and got shot 7 times, once in his twig and berries.
yeah. Apparently they haven't she was claiming they haven't been together in 4 years and they're sleeping in separate bedrooms.
It is all the shenanigans. Oh, where are we? Go back to the thing with the thing. I don't look. Things go uphill or downhill in my house. There's
I
not
like
a
that
square
camera.
corner.
I like that though. I kind of want to do the same thing.
You need a
Um,
little board, yeah.
So actually, I have OAS, which is a new system I'm going to be working for streaming when I'm not doing. It's hard to do guests with it right now. I don't know how yet, but you can input like a spreadsheet and have that pop up over here, and then do. It's going to be really sweet once I figure it out.
Cool. And then you can hand over hand with Baker and I.
Yes.
That would solve everything.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He shot him in the peen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As a
Because she was
as a
afraid
sign
she
for
might die.
I
This
essay stuff.
7-person.
I change it. I change it.
He was promising.
First question on
Yes.
cross-examination. Mr. Whatever, Reuben, why did you shoot Jamie in the peen? Very first question out the gate. Why did you shoot him in the peen?
Well, okay, so John Gary, actually, to be fair, she told. So the 4 years came from a different source. The 4 years came from the coworker that she texted randomly, or it was an ex-coworker, who she said, "Look, I'm having a full-blown emotional affair," like just out of the blue. Doesn't even text like "Hi." Why do I have to put a shirt on to go into the forest? Because there's poison ivy.
Why do I have to put a shirt on? I love
So,
ask you this.
so basically, she was telling the ex-coworker that she's having this emotional affair, and she and her husband hadn't been intimate in 4 years. What Darrin heard was apparently they are part of like every underground upside down pineapple club there is, apparently, unconsensually. So
Yeah, she told her friend that, not him.
I'm sending Mo a pineapple.
So I mean, I think she finally got to the point, with me telling her, what the text, I would then, relate to her, on the phone. It's like, yeah, this is what Jamie's been sending me, that, that Friday is something special he's planning on, and she was like, I can't go through another weekend like this.
Jamie.
So with her telling you this and you receiving these text messages from who you thought was Jamie, did you feel she
Too
was
small.
in danger that day?
Yes.
Would you like to embiggen you?
And
Oh,
so,
crap. No, not
No,
even
No,
like
you don't
that.
have to. This is private
Too
conversation.
small. I can't see it, David.
she didn't want to involve the police again, even though she was
Yeah.
in fear
I sent
for
you a
her
text.
life.
I know.
Fear for her life. Yes. Every
I'm
time.
very
And this is where she used
uncomfortable with that
my
question.
honor and my love for my girls. Because I would want to protect them as most I can. Jennifer didn't want Amber to know anything about this. She didn't want any of this to come out in a bad way. She just wanted it to stop.
So she wanted you to save her, but she also wanted it in a way where her
Nothing,
her daughters would know,
nothing would, yeah,
Jamie's family would know.
nobody would know. Right. It would just happen.
Is this when you decided to come down to Dallas or Tennessee in order to save her?
I started to mentally prep. I didn't make the exact decision until I left Thursday afternoon. I mean, I didn't leave late. I mean, I was thinking I should have left earlier, but I was waiting up until that point because I was still talking to Jen about we can go a different way, I mean,
Did you ever talk about just her leaving, just like leaving with you?
yeah, from earlier when it started, I wanted her just to leave, but then again, she brought it up, it's like, well, I can't leave Amber here by herself, and I understood that. I mean, Amber looks exactly like her mom. I talked to them on the phone; they sound exactly alike. So if Jennifer's out of the picture, if Jamie's in this mental state where he's already snapped, he's doing this to his wife of 15 years. What's he going to do to his stepdaughter?
What are you going to do to the
And
stepdaughter?
I couldn't bring.
Kinda.
Do we find him sympathetic or do we find him pathetic? I think that's,
It's starting to become pathetic.
yeah. Eh,
When I heard
I
like the things she was doing, I felt bad because she really did use the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Now when he's talking about it, it's just like, how did you not catch on?
Yeah, that's my thing. It's gone from also y'all, and this is not legal life and or any sort of advice, but you're saying that this woman didn't have access to what we call antifreeze during COVID time in Texas. Should her husband have, I don't know, collapsed of a coffee sort of thing? Just seems like poor planning on her part, honestly. Yeah. Okay. He went to grossness with the stepdaughter. I still think you have a chance for the folie à deux, sort of the madness of two, if it were something that you could put into, if they had actual good psychiatrists. But yeah, the problem with that is to work on special forces, you have to be able to remember a lot of different things. You have to be able to, you know, do lengthy training things when you have time to coordinate all the information that you have about, say, a certain high value target or something like that. So I- I'm hoping that he was much more functional when he was a. Yeah, I'm getting. Here's the thing, y'all. I know people very close to me that were in special forces. They do not talk about this shit all the time. No.
What's the first rule of Fight Club?
Yeah, I mean, they don't go around saying, "I was former
Okay, but
special forces."
this guy's not talking about it, right? He's being questioned specifically on the stand, so I'm going to push back a little bit on that.
Except that it's a corner point of he's a good guy and John Kerry. It's very possible. It is the Army.
Like, what's her name? Was in the Olympics, like, but the Special Olympics or something.
Letitia Stalk.
Yeah, she's stuck. Yeah,
She was a gymnast. She just failed to delineate the Olympics.
Both of them to Tennessee. Amber was working at the time. She was heavily involved in a political campaign, running it for one of the representatives in Arizona. So I couldn't just show up.
Let me just slow you down. She was working a campaign in Arizona, but she was doing that remotely from Dallas.
Yes, sir. So big internet stuff. With Zoom, with all the internet stuff that she was doing. So.
Oh, okay. I love
So
him
in
now.
your
He
mind,
sounds
did
like
you
me. The
feel-
internet magic.
You were out of time at that point, and you had to do something.
Yes.
And so you decided that what was necessary at that
I'm
point.
ejaculating at this point, Your Honor.
Did you think it was necessary? Yes or no? Did you think it was necessary
Yes, I did.
to come to Dallas and eliminate the threat that you perceived based on emails, text messages, and phone conversations with Jennifer?
Yes, I did.
And did you believe it was immediately necessary for you to come down?
Yes, the key date was October 9th.
This was October 8th where you made the decision?
Yes, sir.
And so when you woke up, what day did you start driving to Dallas?
No, that October 8th, that Thursday afternoon, I believe. From the photos of me at the pilot, I think it had me at around 4 p.m. ish on Thursday.
And so even while you're driving down, you still think the danger exists right there, right? And the whole way down?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, I knew it did.
And so you drove straight. You didn't stop at a hotel. You just stopped to put gas and maybe use the restroom.
No, sir. Yeah, straight through.
So you drive straight all through the night. And what's going through your head the whole way?
Starting to transition back into my military mindset, that I was on a rescue to save Jennifer and Amber
trained killer,
from this
ladies and
horrible
gentlemen.
man.
Look at that little man.
Why am I getting Call of Duty mercenary vibes? Like I'm a special forces officer in Call of Duty.
This guy, this is all bullshit. This guy was just out to, if I give her what she wants, she will touch my peen.
He wanted a peen. He wanted some meow, big time.
He wanted a peen?
He wanted some meow.
Yeah, there is a distinction between being assigned with a special forces unit and being a special forces unit operator. I don't have access to his packet, but I'm guessing either that or he had a major TBI and the government only said during his VA thing that it was a minor or TBI, sorry. Not TAI. I don't even know
need
what
to
that
be there. You're discussing it driving all the way through like it was a big thing. Me being special forces, I mean, not to brag, but this is just an everyday mission for us. 24 hours is not.
Never mind, he's Agent 41.
whatsoever.
I'm done, y'all.
Was this a more emotional mission than any other mission you may have had?
The most I've ever had, and it really.
I read that and I
on that
still put it
drive,
up.
It started building as I got closer, especially when I hit
wireless
the
home
Texas
security
state line,
system. So are you the
passing
homeowner?
through Texarkana, getting closer to Dallas.
Was that you, me? Was that
I don't think Dave was muted.
Oh.
No, that was a stupid phone call I got.
Oh, okay. Forrest Gump had a A purple heart too.
Aw.
My
feel-
emotions with everything
If he's Forrest,
started
then
to ramping
she's
up.
his
Yes or no?
Jenny,
Was it
and
because
she's just as much
you were
of a
getting
swamp
closer to the
hag
danger that you've
hoe
been
bag
pursuing this
as
whole time?
Jenny.
Yes.
So you get to Dallas. Now, we've seen evidence that you turned off your phone.
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Again, we were trying to make it where nobody would find out the truth about anything. You know, where
I'll be right back.
Jamie could be out of the picture. He could have a funeral. Everybody, mourn him for the man he was. Can remember him who the man he was, not the broken man with COVID and the stresses and everything happened to him. And so,
They did it for to help him unalive with COVID was being really stressful. They were doing him a favor by unaliving him, really.
This is,
He is becoming less sympathetic. Every time I hear my special forces stuff, I'm just like, no.
I know, like, I just start talking about the manipulation she did to you. That's gonna make me feel something.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to protect, keeping everything secret that way.
Were you protecting yourself? Or were you protecting Jennifer from trouble?
A little bit of both. I mean, it overlaps. It was keeping us both safe.
So you're driving down, you hit the Texas border, and then, as we saw, you end up not close to where you were supposed to go.
No, sir.
Why is that?
I'm gonna have to step out
One
for a
of
bit, but
my-
I'll be back.
PTSD, TBI triggers is I
Bye.
don't like a lot of people,
Bye.
and I don't like driving. I get lost easy. I can
Well, here's the
drive. I
thing,
can
too.
find you anywhere in Iraq. I still get lost in Tennessee.
I just have to get this off my brain. Is like,
You are okay.
well, no, like, now I've lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ. No, I think it's the fact that he's talking in a way that he's still like, even though he knows now that she did all these things and she lied to him, it still feels like he's still like is
Protecting her?
and I don't like it. And I think that's off-putting to me.
Well, yeah, I
I'm
think it's
mad. I'm on
yeah.
trial.
He's not thrown her under the bus, and Lord knows I'd have been like, she set me up. I didn't know. I was the dumb butt that, did it.
Yes.
I
think that's what I'm like waiting for, and he's still like, "Oh, she was just getting hurt, and she was," and it's like you
She sent
realize
him a
none of
letter.
this is true.
Yeah, I would be pissed. Basically threw my life away for a damn lie so you could get some insurance and probably, I don't know, skinny and sweet me later.
I think that's what I'm missing, and that's what's driving me nuts right now. Is like, why are you talking? Like, you're not helping yourself. Are you mad at her? Like, even
Yeah,
if you're
that's
like, "Oh, I still love you," but you're a fucking bitch. Like,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Well, no, it's and it was the kind of loving way that he talked about the whole, Europe thing and everything. He's still got so much simpery in him, and I hate using that word, but it's
Yeah.
I mean, the vengeance I would wrought and the names I would call her out her name. Can I tell you?
I mean, granted, I know like they conspired to actually do the deed, and he
Yeah.
knew what he was doing, and she knew what he was doing. But for all of it to come out right now, he should be pissed.
I would have I mean, they would have probably had to commit me because, I mean, I did all of this to what turned out to be an honorable man. I have all of these honor codes, from my special forces day. I was manipulated to use my skills. I mean, it it just doesn't seem like if it were true that she was leading him by the nose and he was truly a dingus, that he would be dysfunctional. Now wait, it was 2020 and so it's been 3 years, but still.
Yeah.
Look, I can hold a grudge. I can hold me a grudge. So
Well, if I'm sitting in prison, yeah, I'd be ready to fight everybody.
See, driving around. As I was getting close to Dallas, I was just using the regular old map. Dallas
if he
has
printed out a
whole bunch of
MapQuest,
construction going on the
not
highways.
guilty.
It's at nighttime.
That man's a hero.
It's dark. And I didn't realize how big Dallas was. Let
me ask you this. Cumberland, Furnace, Tennessee is nowhere near as big as Dallas.
No, even Nashville is. Compared. I think Nashville is big. With the lights and stuff like that. I think it's maybe 1/3 the size of Dallas.
So you get to Dallas.
I'm getting to Dallas. Yes.
You get to Dallas, and you end up south of the area where the address in Oak Cliff, right?
Yes, I'm trying to look for the dang Clarendon, I think is the name. That main road that's right there, I believe. I'm not trying to remember. I know it starts with the C. I'm on, I believe that's 135 going south. I'm trying to look for Clarendon. There's a whole bunch of construction. I just I literally get lost. And I keep going, and then I guess south of Dallas, all of a sudden it seems like the city kind of dies off. It becomes, the lights down, and then that's when I knew. I look around and I'm lost.
So you end up pulling over at some point?
I did right then.
Slow down.
Yes, sir.
I know you lost down.
I'm sorry. It's again part of.
That's all right. So so you stop yourself and you try to get your bearings.
I pull off to the side of the off to the highway. There's a parking area. I pull into. I feel myself getting into my PTSD spiral. All these emotions.
You use that term, PTSD spiral.
Yes, sir.
That's what doctors have told you happens to you when you get high stress and things like that.
Yes,
right? And this is something that, it's not like self-diagnosis. This is what doctors have told you.
I went through PTSD programs through the military and through the VA.
Well, it's like that. So you pull over.
Yes,
and you try to gather yourself. Is that when you turn on your iPad?
Well, not yet. I'm pulling over. I stop. I feel all these emotions coming on. I knew I'm lost. What am I going to do? She's going to be attacked within hours. I sit there thinking, the only way I'm going to be able to find her place is if I turn on my iPad. Or, it's my Galaxy Samsung, actually. Turn on my Google Maps. That's the only way I'm going to be able to get back on there. But I know as soon as I hit that button, I'm leaving a digital trail. But all the emotions of everybody that I've lost, starting with my team sergeant's kids, Ethan.
Objection narrative at this point, Your Honor.
You can answer the question as it relates to your decision making in the car that night. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Started thinking about Ethan. He was my team sergeant's son who was murdered in Kentucky. We were there with, that we couldn't stop or do anything with. My granddaughter, Skylie. She died when I was in Iraq. She drowned. Thinking about, I was talking to my daughter summer about it and saying, Dad, why aren't you here to save Skylie? My best friend, Dawn, committed suicide. I couldn't stop it. I was thinking about these things, stuff that I couldn't do. I couldn't stop. I had promised myself if I was ever in a position to help somebody that I cared for and loved, I would do it. We have a saying in the military. It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Meaning, there are sometimes actions we're going to have to take.
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
So,
Yeah, I definitely feel that a lot, Mats. I really well, I didn't say there were good criminals. I just said that he wasn't supposed to turn it on while
See, like when he's doing this,
yeah.
I feel differently. But when he's talking about her and he's talking in that way, like she's just some angel still. Like that's what gets
That really pisses me off, and I wonder if it's because we're women and we've known women that have done this.
yeah,
We've had brothers, we've had male friends, we've had, all those people who have had women do this, not maybe this, but mess with their minds and everything,
yeah,
and if you have brothers, sons, or even, just male friends who have had this crap go through, and then he's still like, "Well, I love her." And you're like, "No. All right, all the guilty. Just you can't be saved."
you're right. Because I do that. My little brother, oh man, I've had to scream at him a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, when you know someone whose life hasn't been wrecked to this degree, but, the stuff that goes on custody cases, that kinda thing, when you're on the other side of it, you have no patience for it.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling.
Okay, I'm glad because I was like, "I am such a B word." Like, if he talks about her one more time and how special it was in Paris, I'm gonna shake the man.
I
those
know.
emotions are going through your mind when
Yes.
you're pulled over and you're reflecting back to this, to the losses you've had even after the losses you had in Iraq, right?
Yes, on top of all my buddies I work with.
And one of them was your granddaughter who died while you were in Iraq. Is that
Yes,
correct? And you couldn't be here to save her in any way, if you could have, correct?
No,
And so Ethan was
he's my team sergeant's son around the dogs. This was back in 2008, of October 2008.
this was the incident where someone had broken into the house. Is that the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, someone had broken into their house and burned the house.
Objection, relevance.
But you were thinking about the loss of your best friend, Ethan. Granddaughter. All these
Okay.
emotions are coming over you at that time, and
Strike Matt's last,
feel that you weren't going
statement.
to lose another person that you
I couldn't. And she asked me, and before I left, one of the last messages, one of the last phone calls, I think that's even on the record that we had that Thursday. I told her she was not going to go through another bad weekend ever again. I promised her. So I knew as soon as I hit that on button, most likely I was going to be caught. But it was, what did I live with? Was I going to go back to Tennessee, not doing anything, and realize that Jennifer is dead because she was drowned, or she's in a coma? And what would happen to Amber? So,
It was true.
So what did you do next?
That's the sad
I
part.
hate to say it. I mean,
That's
like-
why I
I'm like, good on you, but also she's a lying sack of shit.
know.
And it makes
Well,
me
that's
mad.
my thing. It would be crying like all the people that were related to me, and then I killed a good man because of this lying. And then, I mean, my earrings would come off. If I had a funny wig on, I mean, that would come off. I mean, Indigo, I think we know how this goes. My scarf, anything loose, we're getting ready to rumble.
Yeah.
He's not very tall.
And you're right. Like, I feel like he still believes her. He still believes this all happened.
Well, it's like you made a good point about the Chandler Halderson case. I mean, there was a lot of things to maybe throw some shade at Kat, but I guess Chandler didn't want them to do that. And my guess is that part of the not bringing stuff in was on his account. He didn't want to besmirch her name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Jamie, you do prescriptions. What the hell is wrong with Walgreens?
That's where I go, and they drive me nuts.
I went there this morning. They said all 3 of your prescriptions are ready to go. Lady comes to the drive-through window because I'm getting back for this stream, and she's like, Honey, none of them are done. I said, Well, your computer voice lady told me. I'm mad at the computer voice lady as much more than Jen right now. Like that lying hoe bag.
They've done that to you before because I do the stuff through the app, and then I'll go and they'll be like, "Oh, it's not ready yet." I'm like, "Yes, the app said it was, or it would have freaking showed up."
Yeah, I don't want to leave my house.
I don't want to come up here and sit and wait.
Wait, we had a term for guys like this. Oh, well, I figured out what the P would be.
Yeah.
I'm getting better at learning the reading thing beforehand. I don't think anything's gonna get them to not guilty. I think that's not an option.
Yeah, like I don't know what they're trying to do here. Is there even I didn't even like pay attention. Do they have like lesser charges? Like
Well, I'm wondering if when David comes back, let me write this down. I wonder if it's less to do like a heat of passion. So say he was planning, he was intending, but he wasn't going to, and then sitting and thinking about all of the things in his life put him into a rage. And then
cuz like I would have to sit down and be like I don't know. Cuz like the amount of time she spent creating this to happen is crazy, guys. And if you haven't seen it, oof.
well, I mean, if she had done this to an underage person, it would be considered grooming.
All right.
So let's hear his explanation.
Cross
He's doing okay now, but he's just going to be a mess on Cross. He likes to talk. He wants to go off on a tangent.
Yeah.
I couldn't live with it anymore. Not to fail somebody else that I cared for. So I powered on my tablet.
And then that took you to the address.
Took me right to the address.
But while you're driving there, you still feel there's an immediate danger that she's going to be hurt, right?
I know it. I mean, starting that morning, he had made it clear to me leading up to this that October 9th was her day.
So you get there, and then you went to a property that was next door to their house?
Yes, Jennifer had told me that their immediate house right there was abandoned. Nobody was there. Jennifer told me that that was nobody was there.
Did she tell you to stay there?
Yes. So she told me that it'd probably be a good place, and that's where you see the video me walking back there, looking at it.
Now, was it nighttime when you got there?
I believe on that video camera it was like 2 a.m. or so-ish.
So it was nighttime.
Yeah, it's totally dark.
So you get there, you're watching the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you listening also?
Oh yeah, I'm right there. I mean, you saw on that video there.
So Jung, yeah, this is a pretty, if you didn't see yesterday, Jen made 2 different altar accounts. So Jen was playing 3 parts if you think of this as a play. Jen was playing herself. She also was using her phone, but she claimed it was evil Jamie, her terrible abusive husband that was taking her to gang grapes, okay?
Yeah.
She was also then playing because he did what any normal person would do. He said, I'm calling the cops. You're sending me pictures of, you being bruised. I'm calling the cops." And she basically said, "Look, if you call the cops, I'll deny everything. I don't want my daughter, her daughter to find out that they were having these kind of problems." And she created Rob, her work boyfriend, who she does have a coworker named Rob, but he was basically his entire function was, "I can talk to evil Jamie, don't call 50. Let me take care of this my own self." Now, there's also another character that's sort of tangential, but his name is Jeremy, and Jeremy apparently is kind of the instigator in these more violent fake grape fantasies. Like, it has more plot, planning than Twilight.
Yeah. She did.
It was
She did
that
a lot of stuff, John.
the wall fence right there next to their house. That's where I set up right along that wall. I mean, I'm close to their house as possible.
I know the question might be, well, if you really felt she was in danger, why did you just bust into the house?
We get trained like the ATF does. The agents, they do their recon. ATF knew that my daughters were home. They didn't want to do
ATF knew that we had dogs in the house. I'm sorry. I hate the ATF. I mean, I love our federal government keeping us safe from things and shooting all the dogs.
anything to me with them
Double
home
and
because my
those
daughters
words.
could be hurt.
I
Amber
will-
was home. If I did anything,
I'll fight everyone.
busting into the house, I could not control the situation. Amber could be hurt. Jennifer could be hurt. They had their dog Maggie that they loved. It was a bad situation. And coming down, there was not going to be any collateral damage. Nobody else was going to get hurt. I was going to do everything to make sure that did not happen.
So, but at this time, do you still think the danger is there?
Oh, I know it is. I mean, like I said, it's key. The key time is October 9th and the dog walks. And, and talking, from the emails from Rob.
I know you want to keep talking.
No, I'm sorry,
I have to
yes.
ask you a question for it to
Understand.
do it the right way. Okay? So, Jennifer had also told you not only that this was, that he was going to hurt her in the way that she described to you, but she had also told you in the past that he would also hurt her on walks.
On the walks, yes, sir.
How would he, do you know which?
This woman's
Wait,
face.
wait.
Sorry.
How would he hurt her on walks?
That's when she would get the burns. We got that, I got the email from Rob, and then talking to Jennifer on the phone, she had told me about he started to, sometimes would abuse her on the walks. And then she told me about the burns. And so then I put the two together.
So you're outside the house, daylight comes, and do you hear the door open?
Yes.
And what do you see?
I hear Jennifer talking. I hear her voice. I think we saw that on the Ring video, and she's coming walking out. I hear him coming, and first into my view as they're crossing the property right on the sidewalk it was Maggie. She's leading the way. Jennifer's holding her leash. Jennifer passes, and then here comes Jamie.
Do you act immediately?
Yes, I do.
Did you act immediately because you felt it was necessary?
I knew it was necessary. I mean, I was.
Did you have to act immediately to prevent her from being hurt?
Yes, sir. That was that moment. As soon as Jamie left the house, was the first time I would be able to safely take care of the threat to Jennifer. And so I acted.
When you acted, what does that mean?
That's when I fired my gun into Jamie.
How many times?
It was fired a total of 8 shots, I believe, and seemed like only 7 hit. I missed one. I started out in his chest. I saw, from the autopsy report, you see the one in his upper right chest.
Oh, sir, don't maybe go into how many times you capped this poor man
And where?
and where. I mean, this is not an after incident report debriefing. Please don't.
As he was walking. So then you see from the autopsy report.
Stop
Then so
describing it.
that gets hit.
Start crying because you killed an innocent man, sir. Jesus, not, well, I missed one, but I got a good grouping.
Right. And that's the whole thing too, is like now you realize he was not doing any of these things. You should feel terrible.
Jamie starts to rotate to his right. That's what makes him fall. That's why on the top autopsy report also you saw the contusions and bruises along his knee, his shin, his right side because he's falling that way. And so,
Did you realize this when you were doing it, or was it only? I mean, you're speaking of these injuries like you knew those were the actual injuries, or is it because you've seen the autopsy now?
well, no, sir. I mean, when the visualizing there, I saw him. I knew I shot his chest. He started to turn, and then I continued to put in his side. I mean, into his. I was aiming for the center mass, but he was
Oh my
turning.
God.
And when you were doing
This is not flattering.
your
to talk
belief though
like
that you were
you
shooting.
killed an innocent man.
Yeah, here's the problem is that he probably, if he was special forces, did do after, after incident reports where they had to be pretty, this happened, this happened, this happened. What his defense attorney should have done is if they were going to put him on the stand, say, look, this looks you know what, y'all, defense attorneys, hire me and Jamie as optics consultants. We will sit and we will listen to your defendant. You try him, and we'll be like, excuse me. We liked a lot of it, but here's the things I would cut.
Yeah.
We
this
will work for lashes.
Not working for me. Yeah. Just give me a lash appointment.
Yeah. This is, oh Lord. And this prosecutor's like, I'm ready.
Someone who was dangerous.
Yes, he was going to. If I didn't act, Jennifer was going to die that day. She was going to be drowned.
And that was your belief at that time in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Again,
They're trying to
everything
gear
you
him there, and he's not coming off
Yeah.
that way.
And so you shoot him,
Yes.
and then he falls.
Yes.
And do you approach them?
Yes. So I end up shooting the 4 times. He falls completely down. Being a medic. treating
Oh, don't
people
bring
on
up
the
your medic
battlefield,
stuff, sir. You
the
didn't
human
render
body
aid.
can take a lot of damage and still live. I did not want Jamie to suffer, even though in my eyes he was a monster. I did not want him to suffer. So I approached and I fired the rounds into his head. By training, should have only been 2. It ended up being 3 because at that time, then I was transitioning from taking out Jamie to now I'm going to attack Jennifer to give her plausible deniability to anything, to give her alibi.
And you didn't even shoot her in the leg or anything, sir. You took this much, and I do mean this much duct tape. Look, chunky arms. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And also, like saying all that stuff too doesn't make you sound any better either. Anybody else? Because you're like, oh, I got to give her an alibi. You I don't know. I don't like it.
And so this is the first time that I've seen Jennifer since 1993 in person.
And you were
I'm
like,
getting ready to
damn it.
the person that I love. I had to approach her, knock her down to the ground, and start to duct tape her. And so right then, so
That's the first time you touched her since
93.
The only thing
Why
that-
do we gotta bring that up?
Just pretend it's a scene, sir. Have her well, I mean, the neighbor came out packing, so maybe don't have a full scene, but oh my god.
No, but like, why couldn't you just be? Why does this have to be a big game where you're like, oh, I need to give her an alibi, and oh, now I'm going to be on the grid because I turned my phone on? Be like, I was protecting this woman who I literally thought was going to be murdered.
Again, Jamie, it was the coof time.
Ah,
Antifreeze exists. This guy goes down, like she said he had a cough. It's a COVID death like 9 times out of 10. Why'd she have to go this elaborate on it? I'm confused.
I
Like,
mean,
this is the amount of energy it takes to have, like, what, 4 different personas? And he writes 3-page text message or I don't look, Mr. Mo texts me, like, twice a day. We both say we love each other, and that's about it. Mr. Mo sends me 8 paragraphs. We're gonna have to have a talk.
right.
Yes, sir. Only time I touched her, threw her to the ground, and I punched her and slapped her.
I know, Lefty.
You know,
It's
did she
like
know
we
you were
could have
gonna
come
do
up
that?
with a better idea,
I
and we
didn't tell her
did.
anything beforehand.
But do not
And she
this is
was-
not life advice,
You hear
legal
the
advice,
screams. I mean, they're blood-curdling screams. They were
stream advice.
making me sick as I was doing it.
Oh my god, no. Sir, stop
Now, there was,
simping.
there was some.
Sal,
blood on the-
Sal, do you see how horrible this looks? You are my most oldest, most awkwardest son. Don't do this, Albert.
You know how that got there?
Most likely, I mean, you saw the puddle, I believe. So I came around from his right and I crossed through it. So
I
believe
know.
it was close that way.
Why
Did
are
you
we
touch Jamie at
y'all
all? I mean,
all the guilty?
how would the
Just
gun get on the slab? I mean, the blood, I'm sorry. The blood get on the slide. Do you remember?
I know, Salbert. I'm just
No.
for PSA reasons to help others.
You've done missions before.
I don't want to be
before.
so selfish.
You said that you've never been as emotional
No.
than this before.
The one thing I don't
So,
see Sal doing is acting
touching
like
the
that.
woman that you love, that
No.
you love for the first time in all
For
time,
real.
in all this time. And
No.
what's your brain doing at that point? What are you thinking? Is it racing? What's
Oh yeah,
I am
I'm
my
in
mother's
fact,
most
she
old and
is-
awkward
she's
child
fighting-
too.
she's fighting
So
back
we
at
are
me.
kindred
And
spirits.
you hear the screams. I mean, they're loud on the thing. I was right over her. They were earth shattering to me. They were making me sick. As that was,
Because she was a hose beast.
I tried to. I tried to take it off. It wasn't coming
Don't
off.
ruin
Everyone
it.
has a
I think I got partially off.
everyone
and-
has a
and then
weakness.
I was
That's
giving you a
when
compliment.
Mr. Emery, you know, he's starting to walk down there. So I come around, Jamie to the right, so we're back along the fence. So
Let me stop you. Did you know his name before?
no, sir, no, that's from just his testimony.
So you didn't know. You saw him. Had you ever seen him before ever?
No, sir.
He comes out. He's approaching you.
Right, I see. So as once I come around Jamie, I take down Jennifer. I'm facing the street where Mr. Emery's walking towards me this way. So, you know, blood curdling screams, trying to duct tape her. And then that's, you know, he's starting to approach more. So that's why I decided to leave.
Did you have more bullets at that point?
Yes. I mean, so after I did the last shot, the slide kicks back open, you know, it stays in the reverse. You know, by my training, I did have another magazine in my pocket. I should have switched out magazines then and you know, continued on. I didn't. I was not going to hurt. There's going to be no collateral damage whatsoever. If I was going to be in danger, then I was going to be in danger. So I just closed my slide release, which closed the gun. And like Mr. Emery said, I kept it to my side. I walked. We made eye contact. He turned to run, and I walked right to my truck.
Now, when you were near your truck or when you were in it, did you see the individual that took the picture?
I believe so. There was the abandoned house. I think it was the second or third house down. When I looked to my left, I saw people standing in their yard, 2 individuals.
But you didn't threaten them or do anything like that to them.
No. I just got in my truck and I drove off, and you saw in the video, I didn't speed off. I wasn't going to hurt anybody else. I took my time. I was extremely nervous. I knew, if the cops come, it could,
What would have happened if the police would have shown up right there? Were you gonna fight them?
No, sir. I would have turned myself in.
So you get in your car and you drive back to Tennessee. It's straight. Did you stop anywhere else?
No, I mean, just for gas and refueling. My first stop was,
How did you feel about the fact that you killed Jennifer's husband?
I felt, I'm not proud to do it. I wasn't like, yay, something great happened. No, I was hurt, but I saved Jennifer and I saved Amber.
Now, the fact that
You
you
mean-
you had saved her and saved Amber, did that give you solace, or did that help you when you were sitting in jail?
When I was sitting in jail? Yes, that's the one. Now looking back on, that's the one grace that Jennifer gave me. She never told me everything was fake. When I got arrested,
Oh yeah, she still lied.
the first day in jail was horrible. I let everybody down and
All right.
and everything.
Granny's gonna have a video about this.
I started to
Well,
get
remember
control
they
of
put
myself.
that letter
but,
that said
it's
she
like,
was
okay,
saying that
I
everybody
can
was
do this,
lying,
okay.
all lying, she was telling the truth or whatever.
Because at the time
I'll
I was
have to
thinking
look
I
at that, 'cause
was
I-
the noble
I
soldier
forgot what it said though.
that did my job. I did what I was trained to do. I protected people. I kept them from a monster. So that's what
Oh
I
yeah,
believe.
she did have a GoFundMe too.
Now, there came a time though where you eventually
Before she was
found
found
out
out.
that Jamie, in fact, was not a monster.
Yes.
Okay, this is what we need.
Matter of
Yeah.
fact, I tried to convince you of that when I first met you. Wasn't that true?
Yes.
But eventually, you were presented with evidence that the emails were fake and that you were in fact not talking to Jamie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were presented with evidence that that Rob,
Oh
you were
yeah.
not talking to Rob. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And also evidence that you were not texting with Jamie. Also.
Yes.
And that really the only person you were really talking to all this time was Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
How did that make you feel?
I was.
What?
I was devastated.
Oh, thank you.
I took an innocent life. I took Amber's dad from her. A man who was like me. My 2 oldest daughters are my stepdaughters, but they're my daughters. I would never ever hurt Amber that way. Take her dad from that. That's what gets me. How Jennifer could do that.
Oh, okay. So it took the lawyer
Yeah.
continuously. Y'all, how brainwashed was he? I need them to bring up screw the military culture
Yeah.
crap. They need to bring a cult expert in, because he was completely brainwashed to the point where when given evidence, he was like, no, this isn't happening. I mean, if this is genuine, and I don't think he has, how can I say this nicely? I don't believe he's calculating enough to act like this cleverly.
Yeah.
I believe this is genuine.
That's what I feel. I feel like he literally was so freaking in love with her.
Yeah.
He didn't want to believe that she would lie to him that badly. I mean, that happens. It happens.
I mean, the Chandler Holderson thing. I mean, how many loopholes and, things that didn't make sense to you or I, that his parents just chose to ignore because, it was better to think, you know, not deal with it than have to look at, your son's a chronic liar who's doing nothing but playing video games.
Yeah, you trust somebody. So you
I, I, I'm not saying that our dearly beloved VA would tell someone that their brain injury was slight to, mild, when civilian doctors would say something very different. I'm not saying that. But like I said, if some of his buddies come up on the guilt or on the, penalty phase or what have you, if they can say, look, once he got this, brain injury, he's reverted. He used to keep his house clean. Now it's all dirty. He used to be able to, have kind of higher thinking. Now he doesn't. If that's what,
David,
yeah, I mean, look, some are doing better. You have people there that genuinely care. It is the bureaucracy that gets you. You have to go through so many different people to get one thing done, and people just give up. They do. Veterans just give up. You have to go to 18 different appointments with new doctors that aren't listening to you, to try to get something done. I mean, if you wanna hear a sad story, oh gosh, who was the guy that used to be on Crowder, but he left? He's the most funny guy ever. He does the "I'm a werewolf" penis guy. It'll make sense.
Yes.
Chad'll find it for me.
Oh.
No, he's a comedian and he does oh god. Anywho, if you wanna hear Dave. Dave, what's his face? I'm very no, not thank you. Look, God, I've gone on I have a no, God. I'm gonna think about it as soon as I turn the thing on, and then I'm gonna have to put it in chat.
Can't
It's her
read
daughter.
crap in here.
Take her dad away from her.
Now, while you were in jail, Jennifer was still reaching out to you, wasn't she?
Yes, I received a letter shortly after I would talk to everybody.
I know we've shown this letter before, but is this the letter she sent you when you were in jail?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, everybody just throw a name in there.
No, it
How
is
do you know
Dave Landau,
that's sending you that
but
letter?
he has a
Do you
terrible
recognize the
story about the
writing?
VA, if you wanna
No,
be peeved
no,
off.
I wouldn't say the writing. It looks like it, but I mean, I only got a couple notes once or twice during the summertime she wrote, but I wouldn't know it right offhand. No. The keys for me here on this. Oh, yes, sir.
She starts off with 575.
Yes, that's
Again, the code that was used for you to know that it was actually her writing.
He looks more like Rain Man, to be honest.
Yeah.
First code that we
Yeah.
have.
The little angel at the bottom, is that significant?
I call her Angel.
So
Well, she's
You know,
not.
you received this
well, you know,
letter
I didn't put
after-
2 and 2 together. I was like, she's just a horrible drawer too. Horrible human, horrible drawer. I was like, "Oh, that's supposed to be an angel." I was like, I don't know, kid with weird arms.
You've already found out.
She's the spawn of
she lied to
Satan,
you this whole time,
guys.
that she duped you.
Yes, sir.
And the fact that she did this
And
to I'm
she's still
my guess is that the first husband probably had this going on. I'm sure if Jamie was alive, his parents would say, "Yeah, she was a weirdo that kept saying all these things about her ex." This woman needs to I'm glad she's been stopped.
telling you
Yeah.
that she never made any fake email accounts and that she never lied to you.
Yes, sir.
What'd you think about that?
That made me sick. I'm devastated. I mean, to think about all the trauma she put me through for months. The anguish that I went through reading all the stuff that was being done to her.
Sir,
Her
don't
telling
talk
me
about
everything.
yourself. Talk about your victim.
I was just,
Yeah.
I couldn't
How did
believe it.
you
If I
feel?
had not seen the
Take
evidence
track with that.
in front of me, shown to me by the detectives of the injury pictures that she used.
I do have a short video that's kind of a run up. I basically talk about it and read a Court TV article, but there's also, not to take away from our channels at all, but I believe that chapter. So if you like true crime, kind of quirky guy from Ireland, he did a that chapter on it. So if you want more in depth, but yeah, it's all kinds of crazy. And if you watch tomorrow after or yesterday afternoon, you might need an emotional support vodka. It gets smexy in the worst ways.
They showed me the injury pictures from her automobile accidents. They had the reports from the investigators of her auto accidents. They had the
Objection narrative, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
You saw the reports, yes or no? Did you see the reports from the investigators of the auto accidents with the pictures?
yes, sir.
That's
No.
crazy that she's using pictures from like an auto
There's,
accident.
text messages and were deleted in this case, right?
Yes.
Now, we've already heard evidence that sometime in August, I believe, you were having a storage issue with your phone.
Yes, I was.
Now, it's in the WhatsApp conversations that have been admitted in the evidence.
Yes, sir.
But you weren't receiving text messages from her around that time, and you didn't know why.
Correct. It seemed like my phone had just locked up.
And even in those conversations, in the WhatsApp conversations, it indicate her telling you, like, I've been sending them. I don't know why you weren't getting them.
Right.
So at that point, you went, did you go to Verizon, your provider, and have them help
It's
you with
never
that
the good
storage?
kind of
Yes, I did.
smexy.
I called. I think there was an email or something that said, I'm calling Verizon, or maybe it was a text that I had. Yes,
On a complete tangent, I want her complete Kindle list, and we will go through it like bit by bit because that would be. I need to see what kind of actual smut she was reading because, as a connoisseur of the shirtless man book cover, she gives us all a bad name. This is terrible. She's a terrible
contacted
writer.
Verizon.
And the jury's seen all that.
You can
Yes,
read that
sir.
stuff and be
No,
completely.
yes, let them
Your
know.
word, okay? So,
What? No, I mean, oh my God, what? She's just dumb. And why is her fantasy this? And oh my, what is your damage, woman? I don't understand why this would be your way to
you
feel awesome.
take the phone in, and they had to delete messages off your phone to give you more storage.
I didn't take it in. I called the line, and like I said, that's why for 2 days it took me 2 days to figure it. It took Verizon 2 days to figure it out. That I was trying to keep all the text messages. I wanted proof of everything that was happening, and apparently, I've never texted ever before in my life this much. I mean, they put the numbers up there. It's in the hundreds of thousands of times. Apparently, there is a limit that they have. Like I said, it took Verizon too. That's why I was on WhatsApp for 2 days. It took them finally to like, okay,
I thought you meant
to get your
Billy
phone working
Joel.
again. You have to delete
That's why it
all
didn't
that
make
stuff
sense.
and reset your phone. And so I did.
And then
Kim, I think he's talking about proof that evil Jamie was evil.
Yeah. And also, they didn't show very many emails of like, because every time he wanted her to go to the cops or whatever, she would be like, it was this whole like dog and, like dog show of like,
Yeah, I'm gonna deny
she's not-
everything.
yeah, I'm going to deny everything type of thing. I don't know.
evil James, her
There came
fake
another
husband,
time. Did that
not
happen
Jamie
again, or why
anymore,
did you have to
since we're
delete messages?
confused.
It was end of November again because once I got my phone back up, I started collecting everything again. I wasn't. I was not purposely deleting messages
Yeah,
to hide
yeah.
anything. So it locked up again in November. When it started acting the same way, I knew probably what it was. And so I just did it on my own. I reset it. But that was at the end of November. And then, we have everything in December kept.
And those were the text messages, and the emails were in your inbox.
Yes, sir. I kept all the emails.
As we've seen, all the emails that were recovered were not from Jennifer, right? They were from her computer.
Oh, everything that's in evidence?
Yes.
No, that's from my computer. It's from my accounts. No.
Had she asked you to wipe your computer?
Yes, she did.
And
yeah.
And why didn't you do it?
I wanted to keep everything. She even told me, "Hey, email everything to Rob."
I believe it was 8 months. So between the first initial or LinkedIn thing to him unaliving her husband.
Email, while I was talking to Rob by email, I didn't know who Rob was. In my training, since we're a small 12 men.
Let me take you back a little bit.
Yes.
So she asked you to delete emails.
Yes.
And then she asked you, she asked you to give them to Rob for safekeeping?
Yes, that's what she told me. So
But you didn't do that.
Well, I sent them to Rob. That shows that I did send them to Rob, but I didn't delete my emails because, like I said, in my training, we always have just what the team knows to have an escape route. So this is really the only time I lied to Jennifer, because she asked me, did you delete all your stuff? I told her yes, knowing that I didn't. Because she was adamant about it, and at first I was like, we don't need to. We should save all the stuff. And that's when she said, "We'll just send everything to Rob. He'll keep it." And I said, "Oh, okay." And I did send them to Rob, but I kept all mine.
You kept a copy for yourself.
I kept them all in there. Even for the first time in my life, I made a folder on Outlook to save everything in. I put them in there.
Yeah, look, if you had any idea that you were going to need an escape clause, this was something you shouldn't have been doing. Class, kiddos, my adopted children here, if you need an escape hatch, then you should not be doing whatever. Again, if you have free time, I have chores galore, and we will educate you about the real world. We will make you do some laundry, but you won't get in trouble. Well, never mind. My youngest, look, don't feed Thor all the things, and you can do chores around here.
And so, but eventually, after October 9th, she asked you to delete text messages also.
Yes, but I didn't. I was keeping it until my phone locked up again.
And that was in November.
End of November, and then again, all the text messages we saw in December.
Oh, crud. I didn't mean to
She
do
even
that.
asked me again right before we got arrested, like in January, because she was coming in, and that's what she said. She was resetting her phone on the phone calls to me. She said, you should probably erase your stuff. And I've told her, yeah. And I didn't.
And you didn't.
No, sir.
And she's the one that directed you to take that T, which stood for Tennessee. People thought it was Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
She's the one that told you to do that.
Yes, sir. And again, like we read in the email, I really didn't want to. It was a sticker that one of my daughters gave me. But again, I don't like to lie. So I finally said, yeah, I did. But I knew in my mind, that's the other, I knew in my mind that, I left digital evidence with my pad, and I saw the picture of the truck that they had. I wasn't, I knew law enforcement was good enough.
Yeah,
where they
special
can
forces,
track down the
dude.
registration, and oh my gosh, the only truck that Darrin The only vehicle Darren Lopez owns is a
Why
black
did you
Nissan
use your
truck.
own truck?
So I wasn't too worried about the T sticker wasn't going to make a big difference. But again, to appease her, put herself in mind, and like I said, I don't like lying. I
But
took it off.
murder,
But
eh.
again,
Objection narrative.
You can finish that thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. It's half a dozen of one, six of the other. Because the way he still
Yeah.
kind of reminisces about her and has her and like, she was the love of my life and she got me through all this other stuff. Like, not one kind thing would come out of my mouth. Not one.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, he seems like he's still wrapped up in all of this. 100%. I honestly don't believe that he thinks that, like, she lied to him. I feel like he probably still believes her.
Yeah, I think a part of him has to, because if he accepted that she lied, then he did the most terrible thing
Mm-hmm.
to someone who was just trying to be a dude, like just trying to have a life with his wife and his, adopted daughter. Like,
And
it's
like, if she so quickly was in this to like, I wonder if she's been trying to figure out a way to off him for a while now.
well, it seems like a pattern, and I don't know how much we can take, guy she dated at 15.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have to dig into her past, but this seems like something she's repeated with many different partners, according to him.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine if you got Jamie's relatives up on good James, his relatives up on the stage, that they would be like, yeah, she was 10 sack, or 10 pounds of crazy in a 2-pound sack. She was just all the nuts. I'm sure every single ex of hers has been Chester the Fiddler and all that kind of thing. Oh, this woman.
I know.
Like, the more he talks, the more I hate her, but the more I'm like, "Sir, could you have grown one damn, like, special forces guy, grow a backbone."
Yeah.
but again, she had asked me to clean it real well. I didn't do that. I just took it off, and you saw the residue.
Sir, we
You
know
saw the
you're
pictures of
allergic
the
to
residue.
cleaning. Don't
Okay.
even
When
try.
it was recovered, were you trying to hide that?
No, sir.
What were you?
Actually, your
did you do with the
half-assed
weapon?
cleaning is about the only
Okay.
honest thing you did.
Ordering him around like after the
Said they found it on-
fact, and he's like, "Okay, let me just do these things."
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I don't.
Like, he's trying to protect her at all costs, and it's just ridiculous. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like it's also the Lori Daybell Vallow craziness. I don't look. I don't know how you get this power, because look, my kids do not listen to me. I want to get this power so that people will pick up after themselves.
right to
I-
Jennifer. I feel like, how do you
No, because no. I don't know where that little nubbin pen has been with that woman. That she just none of the objects near her. I don't even know.
There were a bunch of
Yeah, well, it was in the
junk.
it was in the backpack. It was in the backpack that I had used on the mission.
Why did you get rid of the weapon?
Because when I came back from there, I started having thoughts about I did not want this weapon, any part of this weapon ever again used bad. My plan was to in Nashville,
Thank
usually
you.
about twice or 3 times a year, there's the police have a turn in for weapons. It's just they offer up.
Objection narrative.
And what
You can finish answering the question.
And so my plan was to turn. I was only going to get rid of this weapon if I knew positively that that gun was going to be destroyed properly.
you had indicated that you didn't want that gun getting some young kid getting it or somebody that shouldn't have it, right?
Anything, or even because even
Sir, we have seen evidence of your house. You had like a gun under a Cheetos bag. I mean, am I wrong, Jamie? Did we not see like under a Triscuit bag? box there was, a Smith& and Wesson, and, like, somewhere else there was a Walther under some Cheetos.
Mm-hmm. This man
Like,
was disgusting.
again, my working theory now is that she always wanted to off James.
I think so too.
She thought that Darrin would be the one, but then she saw his damn house. He didn't crop the photo right, and she's like, "Sir, you is on your own." So she's like, just take that T off, and I don't even know how this happened." You know?
I'll just take that money and I'll go move somewhere
Yeah.
without you.
I can do this to another guy. Oh, for the love of.
I could have taken it apart and maybe thrown parts away, but I'm a lawful gun owner. I've been in the military.
Sir,
You
no,
can
you're
strand
not.
Items. I didn't want any part of that weapon ever again used, ever.
No, you had a permit to carry that weapon, right?
Yes, sir. I have a Tennessee.
No, I don't think so.
A
Permit.
chapstick. Yeah.
Um,
It's called High
eventually,
Times.
The investigate. I mean, you knew it was a matter of time that you were going to be caught.
Yes.
It really is a cultural thing. I think if you're used
we've
to it, it's
seen
not
that,
as jarring, but yeah, I could see how it would be really jarring.
Made you part of a text thread where Rob was on there and Jeremy was on there.
Yes, sir.
Which seemed kind of odd that now you had their numbers. So what did Jennifer tell you about that?
About
Jeremy and Rob being on those, now you have their numbers.
right. It was immediately after.
I'm hoping that's a product of the traumatic brain injury, because that makes no logical sense. Like, I did a crime with this weapon, and here I'm going to give it to you police to destroy it. John, he wanted to give the weapon away to one of, like, the police, buyback schemes or things like that, so it would be destroyed, so children wouldn't get it. Now, the problem with this logic train is that you have seen pictures of his house wherein, like, guns were found under various detritus and, like, laundry. So, this dog don't hunt, Monsignor. All right, and guys, I will be leaving Jamie in charge for about 10 minutes. I have to get the oldest before a storm. It's fine. He's just gonna keep meandering about how, like, honorable or some kind of special force. Oh, and Sal all right, Sal and Jamie, you did a great job yesterday. Don't nuke my channel.
Thank you.
I will be gone for about 10 minutes.
Oh, good timing.
We are still on, I'll be listening, but we're still on direct. This guy really, really loves to talk, so
Yeah,
he
this is gonna be
meanders
good.
off the point.
Really hope they get to
But
cross today.
yes, so I will be right back.
Okay.
I thought my daughter was gonna have late nights, so I was like, "Yeah, sure, I can do the afternoon," and then she said, "Nope, they're switching me."
No
And I
problem.
thought, "Well, of course they are." So I will be right back,
Okay.
and I will start it.
After, again, we saw the phone records about the day after, a lot of phone calls that we were talking on
Hi,
the phone.
Sal.
Hey, Wendy.
Jennifer, right away,
Jamie?
one of the first phone calls,
Good, Jamie.
after everything
You look
happened,
nice
I got back. She told
I'm
me
sorry?
that
Did you look
Rob
nice
contacted
today?
Oh,
her,
thank you.
and Rob said
So do you.
that he was not going to say anything. Then she told me she got contacted by Jeremy, and Jeremy told her that he would never talk about anything that happened over the summer time frame. And so on the thread, I had no problem with Rob. Talking on the phone with Jennifer, I had a problem with Jeremy.
Thank you,
I
Wendy.
didn't like the guy. I blamed him for a lot of the abuse. I told her that, but she had said that since this text thread was, like a 13 or 14 people on, I think it was all friends and family. Jeremy was one of Jamie's close friends. That if he wasn't on the thread, it would be suspicious. People would ask why was he being left out, and she didn't want to answer any of those questions.
Did she tell you not to call him?
No, she didn't say anything, but I'm never going to talk about, part of my training is we don't talk about our missions. I was never going to talk. And again, this is where she used my honor against me, she knew
Is she
I
finally?
would never say anything to Rob, and I never did.
Oh.
And he kept all those messages, I believe, around
Is he
my
still
phone.
defending her?
I've chatted with Rob.
He kind of got mad for a second there, and I was like, all right, here we go.
Is my mic too loud?
No.
Okay.
We saw some pictures of credit cards that were sent to you by Jennifer.
Yes.
Did you ever use those?
Yes, a couple times.
What did you buy?
I believe on the credit cards that got put on.
They're like up to here. He's showing off
the
those arms.
twins. It was their senior year in high school. They're graduating that May coming up. Right before Christmas, we got the notice that we had to buy all their.
So you used that card to buy their graduation?
Yeah, Jennifer told me because it was going to be like, I think she got them the big package, so I think it was like $300 each. It was like $600.
Sean.
What else did you buy?
And then I believe
Such
I
a
used
dick.
we saw all those sex toys. She wanted me to get Christmas presents for her, so I used it to pay for that.
Hey, Kim.
So about $1,000 was put on those cards.
Yes, and then one time, and the only time that I used it like for personal stuff out there with the girls was we were Christmas shopping and bought lunch with it at one of the restaurants there at the mall. But yeah, in total, probably less than 1,000.
And that television that we saw in the pictures.
Yes,
For that around Christmas time.
that was a Christmas present.
Who sent that?
Jennifer and Amber, we exchanged, our families exchanged presents. You know,
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Jennifer had texted the
That's
girls.
nice.
The girls were all excited. The girls knew what it was. I didn't know it.
Did you also buy airline tickets?
No, Jennifer bought it for us. My second oldest daughter, Ashley, during this whole time, she was pregnant. She had my second granddaughter was born September, I think 15th was her birthday.
So she bought
and it weighed about 8 pounds, 2 ounces.
No. She did
A
it.
good
herself.
size. Mother's doing good. Don't worry.
Is that everything financially that you received from her
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah,
Neat.
believe so. Yes.
that you can recall?
Yes.
Like, I'm not a lawyer, and I've already caught so many things she can impeach him on.
Well, I mean,
She's just squirming in her seat, waiting to go.
After this, in your
Yes.
mind,
This guy is so
were you still on
screwed.
the 5-year plan? Were you still on the 5-year plan with her at this point? Afterwards, in January?
Oh, in January?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, man,
honestly,
it's 3 hours.
You're looking to rush in and be with her?
no. And then honestly, when I did it, honestly, even though she asked for it, I honestly thought I was maybe a 50-50 chance. She had never witnessed anything that dramatic happen. I honestly thought that, we might not work out because of that. But
Aw.
I saved her. I can live with that.
Now, there was some talk at some point about a lease that there was a lease to a house or what?
No, I was, like I said, going through divorce, I was going to have to sell the house. And I was looking for, that's when I got arrested. We had found a rental house to get to. I mean, my credit wasn't that great. And we had talked about how if I had to use her as a reference or maybe even a
sure.
co-signer on it, that she would be a part of it. But, I would still be paying everything.
So she wasn't going to live with you.
No, not right off the bat. No, not right off the bat. No.
So, in conclusion,
This guy's going to have to take a pregnancy test after cross.
It looks like there's a break
You know
with
that
us.
Jamie was not
Okay.
a monster like you did.
No.
You hated the fake Jamie.
Yes, I did. We were talking, and they asked me that, and I said,
So he
even now
does
it's
know.
hard. I haven't been able to process everything. I've been locked up.
But the real Jamie.
Oh, Mo is probably freaking out right now. So he does know
that Jennifer led you to believe.
Jennifer turned me into the monster. I hate it. I destroyed Amber's family. Her dad is dead. Your mom's in prison. There's nothing. She's on her own. I pray for her every day.
I pass the witness.
So you're the victim here, Mr. Lopez, is that what you're saying?
Uh-oh, wait. I thought there was.
Man, I
Never
was
mind.
duped in there, part of it, but I'm not gonna say I'm just a total victim. No, man, that would be disrespectful to Mr. Faith.
May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Use a microphone, damn it, woman.
I know.
See her stand up, do some deep knee bends, stretching.
Yes, ma'am.
This man, Jamie Faith, is who you killed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
While he was
No, he's a
wearing
redhead,
basketball
screw it.
shorts and walking his dog at 7:30 in the morning, this man was a threat to you?
Not to me. He was a threat to Jennifer.
He was a threat to Jennifer.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Okay.
he didn't always pick up
We
his
got a
dog
lot of
poo.
stuff to go through, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You were given a picture of this man when you first reconnected with Jennifer Faith, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you learned that he works at American Airlines.
Yes.
He's a high managerial director, correct?
Yes.
You learned that he likes to game,
Yes.
that he loves the Packers.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
But this
That's
man
it.
started gang raping his wife,
Yes.
and you believe that.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about
In my
the
defense,
fact
I'm an
that he
idiot.
works for American Airlines and is IT for American Airlines. One of the
trying
most
to say-
regulated industries on earth.
Because of his job, he wouldn't be
Correct.
into the little gangbang or whatever.
Yes, sir. I'll take your word for it. Yes.
But he's going to email you about triple penetration. And
You
splitting
never
for
know.
each.
God.
Does that
Oh,
make sense to you,
just
Mr.
like
Lopez?
Kim and Better Call Saul.
Yes. At the time, it did because I believed Jennifer.
Okay, but again, then it makes sense to you. Did you ask any questions as to why a man who is in IT for American Airlines
What does that matter?
would email you
Because he
about
know.
gang raping his wife with his buddy Jeremy?
How? what would
No.
that matter, though?
He know not to leave
No.
traces of
Because
evidence.
it reads more like a story, don't you think?
No.
And when you were going through all this anguish by Jamie Faith, or I'm sorry, by Jennifer Faith and Jamie Faith's actions to Jennifer Faith, when you were going all this anguish,
The
were you still
prosecutor.
having that anguish when you and she were swapping erotica stories, talking about nearly the same thing?
Hey,
No, because at the time it had stopped. That was the time that there was those
sorry, Mo.
6-8 weeks in there when everything had got better.
Okay, so this woman who was just gang raped, it stopped. Rob emailed him and it stopped. So you and she could start swapping your erotica stories. And you felt okay about that?
Yes, because she started it.
She started it.
She sent the first. We saw the sex letters. She sent the first ones. So it led in there. When we dated back in high school, she had told me she had been abused, that she had lived through abuse already. So
Okay, so you and she start swapping erotica stories, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you're taking BDSM quizzes, correct?
yes, I'm starting to learn about it
Okay, and why? Just
because
Use your mic.
no, because she enjoyed it. She introduced me to it. Even on the emails, they said, I never done this before, but she had led me down. I did this for her.
Okay, so let's go
Aw.
back to that. It
So
wasn't.
I guess we have a lot in common.
That there's these emails that he's abusing her, doing the things to her that she actually likes.
Yes. No, I
That
asked.
didn't occur to you.
No, I did. I asked her about that. I said, "This is there," and she said no because she trusted me. That she liked doing this stuff. She trusted me with it, so she wanted to explore it.
Okay, so she didn't want to be gang raped and
Thank you,
and
Baker.
triple penetrated by her husband, but she did want to be a little daddy's girl to you. True?
I suppose. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And this made sense to you.
Yes, because
Jesus Christ.
Let's go into
What comment was it?
what you didn't do. Well, first, let's start with March 18th, one day. After reconnecting with her, you tell her you love her.
Am I too loud now?
You're going to build a relationship together.
Sound fine to me.
Tell a woman you haven't talked to in 30 years after one day you love her.
Yes.
Okay. 'Cause you
Yeah, but
have
he probably
been
never
feeling
stopped
for her
loving
for a long time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We kissed in
And then all
Paris.
of a sudden, these abuse, and you go hard. You want her to come out to Nashville. You want to make passionate love to her all weekend long.
Jesus.
And this is within 5 days of reaching out to her, correct?
Yes, I was surprised yesterday how fast it did. If you had asked me, I would probably send the first 2 weeks. It was surprising. But
I'm gonna have
that's
to
when,
redo my
text
microphone.
messages, she built right away. And then
Jesus.
right away, she had told me about how her and Jamie were not emotional together. They were not physical together.
That doesn't occur to you, that's a little strange.
No, it did. But again, I trusted Jennifer.
Okay.
She's telling me this.
She's telling you that she's with her husband and her have not had sex in 4 years.
Yes.
And then within weeks of meeting you, all of a sudden he's gang raping her with Jeremy.
Yes.
Didn't seem strange to you. Mr.
No.
Lopez.
It did, but at the time I got into the picture, COVID hit. He's laying off people. I have seen good men break before. That's what I thought had happened. That Jamie snapped
Because of
with
COVID.
all this pressure. The world changed at that moment.
Because of COVID.
Yes, I know, Mr. Lopez. We were all there.
Right.
Is he
And
really
so what I'm
blaming
saying is,
COVID?
that's what I thought. He had snapped. I've seen good men snap before. Ones that have been
Part
raped.
of this, though, am I missing that part?
He's
Or was he
blaming
just
COVID.
Back up a little bit. We're talking March, right? when COVID happened.
He's blaming COVID.
What you're talking about probably didn't happen for a while. So yes, COVID was
Would turn
stopped.
people
We're
into
talking weeks into this relationship where you and she are going hard at it. All of a sudden, this abuse pops up. And this man who works at
Wait, so
American
this guy
Airlines
did die
IT
because of
is
COVID?
emailing you, leaving a digital trail. If anyone should know that, it would be him. But you keep going along with this and believing that he's actually abusing her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you tell no one.
well, just because he's on
You mean
IT
outside
doesn't
of
mean he's
Rob?
smart and he knows he's
Well,
Yeah.
outside of you and Jennifer, and then this storyline with Rob, you tell no one, correct?
Correct.
And you've got 3 or 4 buddies that have even you in this
True,
courtroom,
man.
willing to stand with you. But you don't tell them that you're the love of your life, the woman you kissed at the Eiffel Tower, is getting gang raped.
Don't you tell me
got
my
to do
love wasn't
something.
real.
That never occurs to you,
Yes, it does.
but you don't do it.
No, because I did not want I did not want my best friends to see her in that light. She didn't want to be seen in that light.
Okay, maybe it's more true that you didn't want anyone to know this relationship that you and she had while she was married and what was going on in that way. Isn't that more likely to be true, Mr. Lopez?
No,
No.
There's no reason that you wouldn't tell your best buddies about your relationship with Jennifer Faith.
I told them about the relationship. They knew I was dating Jennifer Faith or, in a relationship with her. I did not tell them about the abuse.
Not once.
Not once.
Never came up to the guys that you spent all those years with.
No, because I was protecting Jennifer. She didn't want
Protecting letting her
from
be
what, Mr.
raped.
Lopez? From what?
from being looked at bad, from the same way that she didn't want Amber to know. She didn't want anybody to know.
Let's talk about that.
This guy is Prince Charming.
College grad, American University, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she's living in this house with her mom and father, he's now adopted her mother and father,
Yes.
in a house that's just not that large.
Yes.
But yet she never picks up on the fact that her mother is getting kidnapped every weekend by Jeremy and Jamie Faith.
No, it wasn't kidnapped. They would just leave the house.
Okay, but you've also said in some of these texts that she's getting forced into cars. And you've said on direct testimony, she's getting forced into cars. Amber Faith never recognized that, even though they're all home during COVID. Didn't seem strange to you, Mr. Lopez.
No, it did. That's what I asked Jennifer again.
Can you clarify?
Jamie and Jennifer, according to Jennifer, they live, their room is downstairs. Amber's room is upstairs. If stuff would happen at 1 a.m, they would go out the front door, and then that's when, they would do the force thing. So they were keeping it from Amber. I mean, it comes down to, I put my faith in Jennifer.
You asked no questions.
Oh,
You did no intel.
I asked Jennifer all these questions.
You did nothing else.
Then I asked Rob. I reached out to Rob.
Let's talk about that. You and Rob Schmidt are going back and forth talking about updates.
Yes.
How is she? Update. I think she's fine now. She just got home from being raped again, but I think she's okay. Hey, can you give me an update on this? Again, doesn't seem strange to
Can I
you?
get a 411?
In which way, ma'am?
That it's completely absurd, Mr. Lopez, that you and another grown man are bouncing back and forth doing updates on the fact that your girlfriend just got raped. Does that not seem absurd to you?
It was a tad argumentative.
Objection's overruled. You can answer.
No, ma'am. I'm in the midst of this, living through this anguish with her, trusting Jennifer. That's the problem.
Rob was the fake friend Jennifer made up
Yeah, I believe so.
that reached out to him.
I never got his number. She would not,
I'm
Jennifer would
taking
not give
care
me
of it.
anybody's numbers.
She's okay.
She did not want me to. It took me, a good 2-3 weeks just to get the email to Rob. I asked for phone numbers. She did not give me any phone numbers.
Okay, and she's not the only person that needs to give you that phone number, is she, Mr. Lopez?
What do you mean then?
There are other people. There are other ways you could have found something, but you did nothing, correct?
Correct.
You had email fights with another grown man,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
In all caps, you sent absurd emails
No.
like, get Jen home now.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Did you think that was gonna work, Mr. Lopez?
Open.
Yeah, Rob is not.
I'm dumb.
You thought
Can
after-
dumbness
and
be
you're
a-
getting texts about how
Gave it the
Rob
college
showed
try.
up after
do
he wanted to
so,
go
but
to
also
the cops. Then
he's
she created
claims
Rob
it's
to get him to not go to the
tied up,
cops.
but she can
That
use
was
her
like
phone
cool.
to text.
Yes.
Can you turn up the
Remember
volume
that
though
email?
on the feed?
Didn't
It's
think it was
so I've
absurd
got
that
an
her
extension
rapist
for Chrome, but
and
I
the
don't
other
know if
men
it's
at the
working. Let
place
me
with
see.
her would allow her to have her phone so she can text you?
Or I guess turn us down a little
That
bit.
didn't seem strange to you.
Yeah, that might work.
That
Sorry.
was part of
No.
the punishment. That was what he was forcing her to do. That's what, that was part of the thing. Even in the email, he said he was watching her right there with the phone, making her text me what was happening to her. That was,
Okay, where are these texts?
they got dumped when my phone got locked up. When,
It's really convenient that these texts that would be helpful have all been knocked out by Verizon.
Well,
think?
I mean, Verizon's an asshole.
yeah, looking back on it now, I could have, you should have taken pictures of the damn stuff. In the midst of it, I was caught up and I was not thinking straight with it. And then when my phone locked up, I didn't know that there was a limit on text messages. If you look at my email account, I have 20,000, I think, when they pulled the stuff. I don't erase stuff. I did not know that the phone could lock up. So when I had to call Verizon and they had to talk me through erasing it and resetting my phone, that was the first time I lost everything.
Very convenient, Mr. Lopez. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. That's argumentative. Wasn't even a question.
No
I don't really
commenting.
know, to be honest with you, if Rob was real or
All
not.
right,
I know
and
that
you
the
find, Mr.
conversations
Lopez,
weren't.
you find the choking pick.
Well,
You-
when she put up that group text, Rob was in there. They were just talking about Rob being in there and Jeremy.
Maybe it was all fake too.
Oh dear, she faked an entire group text because she's, you know what? Probably.
She had a GoFundMe. I forgot about that. So yeah.
She has DID. Let's be real. Beverly Lewis should have been there. Dr. Lewis would have.
email it to yourself. Isn't that correct?
No, I was
I do like this
texted that
prosecutor.
pic
Where's
I
that?
do.
know about you guys.
She's
that was deleted.
By
Feisty.
Verizon.
well, okay, so she's it's like when you hear a total BS story and you're
Yeah.
just from an ass. So,
Yeah.
you know, like if you hear a BS story from your friend, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I just, but you hear a total BS story from an ass, and you're like, you know what? No, let's go ahead and break this down because I don't
Yeah.
like you today.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is, well, I don't know if the line backs up or not.
Well,
There
I
are
just
ways to do it. It's just mine's not automatic.
no, and she seems like she's one of these people that she's been saying the same things that you know, we've been saying, like, this makes no logical sense unless you can functionally show you ate crayons, then you is all the guilty and dumb.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did this happen with Verizon? September,
I believe on the thing it said it was August.
in August?
Yes,
Okay. So all these texts got deleted.
yes.
Jamie sent you a picture of a bruise. Jamie sends you an email and a picture of a bruise on a forearm. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes,
And then after that, you tell him that you have evidence
Okay,
of
Sean.
injury.
Thank you.
yes.
It's a bit disingenuous, don't you think, Mr. Lopez? Because he just sent you the photo.
Right. That's what I think I was trying to make the point that, now I now have evidence of it. So
Why would you have to point that out to him? This was all a game, Mr. Lopez, wasn't it?
no, ma'am.
It was all a game between you two.
No, ma'am.
All right. so
Sir,
then
curl
you
up in
have
a
the
ball and
picture.
say you is
tell
dumb.
Jennifer to send you a picture so that you can email Jamie back, and she happens to send you the very same forearm picture, correct?
I think he's just
Yes,
illiterate.
I'm looking at it. Yes. I don't think I paid that close of attention. I was just happy to get a picture from Jennifer because I was asking Jennifer at the time also to send me stuff from her.
Okay. And then you send the picture of the forearm that has already been emailed to you from Jamie back to Jamie.
Yes, I believe so then. Yeah, that's what it is.
And this doesn't read like a game to you.
No.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't know he's playing it.
Again, you guys are
Well,
swapping
like
the
if he's
rivals.
too dumb to get the joke, it's not a joke to him. It's
Yeah.
we may or may not have an example in chat
And I was
where
just thinking that.
where certain jokes go overhead. So it's not funny
I got
to
caught
that
up
person.
and I made the joke before and I still got caught up in it. So
Yeah. So it
Are we
might,
live?
yeah.
Is it live?
God damn it, Sal.
is Sal here?
S-
Sal gonna go live soon?
I don't see you guys.
You guys, that broke me. That broke me. I had to sit there and think for a minute on how to respond. But I had to
And it's
meditate
frustrating
for
because we've explained it to her like 5 times.
I know.
well, she's
Yeah, anyways.
it is what it is, but still, it was one of those things where I had to mow.
I know, Baker. I was an idiot.
I know.
I'm new at this. God.
You are doing fine. We are
Sorts.
all doing
Not at that
semi-professionally.
time, no.
That came later.
Ooh, that neck is
Yeah.
not
You're
flattering.
building your relationship on that.
Well, I
She's-
mean,
She get the
she's
neck from the.
getting mad. She's red.
Yeah,
You
she's
talk about using your special
She's
forces
kinda
training
taking
a
this
lot,
personally.
Jennifer, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And in fact,
I mean, in all fairness, she is speaking for Jamie, the good
Yeah.
James. You know, the guy that did none of the shenanigans, just thought he had a normal
Yeah.
life and got shot on the street
His
while
wife-
his
Like-
wife.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, if he didn't know, I kind of feel bad for him because he's an idiot. I don't know. I mean, I
don't-
blame
What
the
do you
woman.
feel,
of course.
Sal, since you just came here? We didn't really get
Yeah.
to discuss it real quick. Like, where are you at with this? With him?
I'm convinced he should be found guilty.
Mhm. I
Especially
do.
now. I don't have as much sympathy as I did before, but
But when it
I don't know.
comes to like the stuff between him and Jennifer, like, do you really think that he knew what was going on, or do you think he was seriously invested?
Best case, he wanted to believe it because it meant he could then be with Jennifer.
Yeah, I mean,
Girl.
he's held a torch for her for what, like 35
Yeah.
years? And here comes this convenient excuse that he can be a
I
protector
mean,
that
okay, the first woman I ever fell in love with, I was 22. She was 20. And she was really sweet, really weird. But it ended because she wanted to go, she was in school to be a doctor. So she's married, last I heard. But like if she came back into my life in 20 years, I wouldn't go this far. But I understand how like you develop an attraction for a certain person that might not end over time.
aw, sounds so nice. My first boyfriend liked, the St. Louis Cardinals, so I root for them to lose every year.
Aw, she's sweet.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, I
like, "I
mean,
hope the
yeah.
Cardinals." I get the
I
blush
get that
of
completely. So that's why like I
eh,
felt for him when I was like, oh, he just never like the circumstances kept them apart.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then they both tried to move on with their lives. Well, she's obvious. I don't like her though. Like, ugh, she grossed
No.
me. But like, well, him actually, he is just like it was like his lost love, and it made me feel bad. And then he kind of like wavered with his ridiculousness, but
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't care, lost love or not, love of my life, this much drama
I know
is is too much. Like, I would be exhausted. I'm
that's
not even
the thing.
terribly
It's
good at
like
streaming.
he's just so
Okay.
wrapped up in it. Like if I like got back in contact with somebody that I was like seriously in love with and it didn't work out 30 years ago, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden I got a chance, and then this is what they're telling me, I'd be
Yeah.
like, I gotta peace out because I don't
Yeah,
like this drama.
Yeah.
no.
You need
Yeah.
to call the police. I'm gonna call
I
the
met
police for you. Let's take care of
I met
this.
a girl on Tinder
Bye.
that was absolutely psycho. But she was gorgeous. I mean, oh, she was beautiful. And she was really intelligent. And so it slowly, more and more crazy comes out. She is a fiance. She is an ex-fiance. She's
Oh,
18.
Lord.
The fiancés are threatening to kill each other. She's been with 96 men. She's a Satanist.
Okay, well, you got a
She
proto
has
Jennifer.
she has
Come
a chronic back pain now because her favorite homie got picked up by SWAT and she OD'd on meth.
Nice.
Swipe what's the
So
one where you don't swipe to meet, swipe left or swipe whatever? Swipe the other way, Sal.
she was so normal at first.
That's how we
And
that's how we trick you.
nope,
That's
I
how we
walked
get
away. Well,
reel
I
you
walked
in.
away and she kept texting me and I got weak, aroused one day and wanted to talk to her.
Weak
But
roused.
then
I get it.
she was cute. But then I finally ignored her.
Composer. Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, when your fiance and ex-fiance are threatening to kill each other, and you've been with 96 guys, I don't think she'd
At
be Bronca
18.
approved at 18.
96.
Yes. She goes on those like sex hookup sites. She's apparently the only woman on there.
Oh, wow. She is the real life Jennifer. Run, Sal, run.
Chasing down
Your
there,
numbers.
Jesus,
You're
96.
gonna have to move to Indiana. I'm sorry about it, but no. You
Should I
need to
pick
go
them or what?
all of your data.
Oh, and then she wanted me to come over and spend the night because her mom's out of town.
Her mom's out of town. That is hot. Like, I love when somebody says, my parents are out of town.
But she
It's
couldn't have sex because of her chronic back pain.
it's funnier when they're 34.
I know. I'm thinking of somebody actually my age going, my parents are out of town. Do you want to come over? I'm like, yes, please. Say less. I'm out.
Yes.
Right,
Okay.
Lance?
I put it at 1.25 just because we are a little bit out since we stop and ask people's opinion.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't know what that's about, but that's okay.
I think it is Jennifer.
I need to read Twisted. Why do I always forget to read about
What
the
you talked about
afternoon?
before is all of the stuff that you had to go to and learn, correct?
Yes.
In order to do a successful mission.
He's
correct?
trying to ruin
Yes.
things for me, Mo.
But
That's
none
She's
of
about
that
to
was
turn
used
into
here.
like a big sassy
How's
black
that?
woman.
You asked no questions. You
Sal.
did no intel.
Sorry.
In fact, the only intel I think you did do was look into BDSM to get into Jamie's mindset.
Oh my God.
Would that be correct?
She sounds
No,
like
ma'am.
me,
Okay.
like
I
on a
reached out to
tear.
Rob. He was my corroborating. He was my second one. Like I said, I believed Jennifer and everything she was telling me. I reached out to Rob and I got confirmation from Rob. I kept asking for
Confirmation from Rob of what? You were the one telling Rob what was going on.
no, because then Rob would call Jen. And again, then Jen would tell me about the phone calls that said, yes, I just talked to Rob. And so it was matching up with the emails that I was receiving from Rob.
Okay, so this whole time you are talking to Rob or you're talking to Jennifer.
Okay.
But
Oh,
that-
it's at 1.25. We're pretty far behind, so I was trying to catch us up. If it's bothersome or the chat says, no, then I will slow it down to normal speed. I just thought if you wanted to get current,
ne-
Yeah.
never are the three of you talking together.
Not on the same chat, no.
Never. That didn't seem strange to you? Hey, Rob, you know what? We better get on this phone with Jen right now. Maybe you and I can convince her together. Nope, never did that?
No, and again, that's when Jennifer was like, Rob will handle that.
I'm not
and
going to
that's
say
when-
our drone strikes,
like I
but
said,
our
we were,
drone
what,
strikes.
4 weeks into me showing up. I didn't know Jamie or any of them. So I thought it would be better for somebody that he knew
Let's
to
go,
talk to him. That's why I let Rob
Watson.
talk to him. And then I was getting confirmation from
Innocent
Jennifer that
Muslim
yes,
water
Rob
delivery guys.
called and talked and Jamie got mad. And then, it got better for a couple days.
So your explanation is you're just going to let another grown man, even though your girlfriend has told you she's being gang raped, you're going to let some other grown man who lives in North Carolina call him up on the phone and say, bad boy, don't do that?
Yes, ma'am.
She really
You
loves to bring in
stated
that
on direct
grape.
at first that you had zero intent to break up her family.
Yes, the initial one. Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay,
correct.
but in day one, you're telling her you love her.
Yes, ma'am.
Day 2 and 3, you're planning on her to come out to Nashville and have an affair with you.
Yes, from the evidence, like
What-
I said, it
did I
happened a
eat
lot
Jamie
faster
or did
than
she
I
need to
recall
leave?
it. But obviously,
Mr. Lopez, whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks,
Oh,
you did
okay,
have
I
intent
saw.
to break up that
Sorry.
family, didn't you?
no, honestly, ma'am, no. When I sent the first email, no.
How did you think?
Sir, you said you loved her and you wish you put all this like Dear Jane crap in it. Like I've always loved you and poor me and I've never gotten one of those letters, but I think I would say, married, send fireplace.
this was going to play out? I mean, you sent her emails that said our new road.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
that was-
How did you envision
that
this
button's
relationship
about
playing out?
to
No, you asked me
The pop.
initially. Initially, no, I did not. That my intent was never to break it up initially. As it progressed,
this woman
rapidly,
has
now
been
looking at the
cheated on.
evidence, how fast it
Changed
did,
my
but,
mind
I was receiving that from Jennifer. She was
because she's big hot mad.
very willing and eager to get into this relationship.
So are you, Mr. Lopez.
Well, yes, I was, but my intent, you asked me about my intent initially. My intent initially was no. And I even stated that in my emails.
Okay, but your intent changed very quickly, and you wanted a relationship with her, as you put in the subject lines of your emails, our lives together. I can't imagine being apart from you. Our road together.
Thank
You
you.
wanted to be with her, correct?
Yeah, it's great,
Okay.
David.
And this whole, all of these emails and all of these texts and your constant communication is because you want to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that too. I mean, your phone calls have been deleted, or some of them, a lot of the texts have been deleted, but you guys were in constant communication. As she told Tina Spring, and you saw that on the screen, that you texted every day, all day, and maybe call a day, correct?
Correct.
And you were in constant communication.
Yes.
So the only time that you weren't in communication, you just assume she's being sexually, horribly
No
assaulted.
worries, Dave.
Because I'm not sure when she would get a chance to get all this stuff done as much as you two communicated.
No, and that's all those texts and too was
Script for all
Jamie
us
would take
little
her
people
phone
too.
and text me what was happening. That's why there's so many of them in
Welcome back.
there. But no, I was talking to
Yeah, we
talking
need
to Jennifer
Dave to get
beforehand, and then
So
after
we
the
can just
meeting.
mooch off
I
him
know.
What
after.
I'm saying, Mr. Lopez, is that you two.
Yeah.
Dave
Start
has been
working, David.
awesome. He got
He is.
Constantly.
he let me on stream and
I
I
know.
have
You would watch TV shows
I
together,
don't know why he
right?
let me on,
You go
but
back
he
and
did.
forth. I mean, we have thousands upon thousands of texts.
yes, I'm sorry. It is on 1.25. We are fairly behind.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah.
like, so I was trying to speed us up so we could be done, before you guys have to go to bed. Well, Sal has to go to bed at 6. So I was trying to speed it up. So
That's fine.
if it
No, I
bothers
think
you
it's fine.
guys, okay, well, we'll just try it this way. I know it kind of jinkies up her, or it jinkies up her agitation, but
Correct?
No, I don't
So I'm
mind.
not sure when she would have had time for these weekend trysts with 10 men.
Like I'm saying, man, they would leave literally at
Weekend
midnight, 1 in the
tryst.
morning on Friday. This would happen over the weekend. She would be gone Friday and Saturday. And now just texting and stuff in between those was when I thought it was Jamie sending me all this stuff that was happening to Jennifer. Then she would come back Sunday, and then basically Monday through Thursday, I would help try to put her back together.
Okay. And again, where are these texts where Jamie is texting you what these
You
felonious
certainly
acts are
did.
to his life?
Man, they got
They got deleted.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
And there's nothing while you are having to listen to her.
I
Mr.
talk
Lopez,
with
have
my
you ever been-
hands, so I
She's Italian.
I mean, the concept of a gang rape is horrible. Would you agree with me?
yes, ma'am.
I mean, awful. I can't imagine the trauma of someone going through that. Correct? Do you
Correct.
agree?
Yes, I do.
I mean, being violated by
to
one
be
man
fair, we're a little
and then another,
spicy.
and then
We're the
another,
fun group.
and then
He
another
has to be
is
professional-ish on
unfathomable.
the other
Wouldn't you agree,
ones.
Mr. Lopez?
I do, and it
But
was.
you were on the phone with him or her while this is happening to her?
Yes, when it was happening, I wasn't responding. I would just get all the stuff, and I would basically he was giving me a play-by-play of what was happening to
Let's
Jennifer.
go through it. What do you remember about the play-by-play?
About the play-by-play?
Yeah.
Okay, so on that first weekend,
Oh no, we're
they
going to
leave
read the
at
text again, aren't
1 in
we?
the morning or so. Jeremy takes them back to his place that he has set up. He has their 5 men waiting for her. Then he
Yes,
texted me
David, we
that they start
appreciate
off
you and we
where
want
she
you to
has
grow
give
as
each man
big
a
as
blowjob.
possible, so you don't have to do real work.
So he's texting me that,
Yes.
he's putting his cock in her
So
mouth.
go get your grift
Oh, it's
on,
the next
sir.
guy. It was like the third guy in there. It's like, oh, it's my turn. I'm next. They go through that. Then after,
I have
Were any of them
not.
black?
Hal, what is wrong? Albert? You're
Sorry.
killing me. I'm sure
Sorry.
it was a diverse and lovely group
Okay,
of
that's just what I want to make
fictitious,
sure. I don't want him to be a racist.
fictitious, non-consensual cuddlers. I don't.
Struggle cuddle.
Oh my God, she's gonna read the thing, isn't she? She's
Mm.
gonna. We're gonna have to live this again.
Oh, please, please,
after
please.
she gets through oral sex
Something
with
would
them
make me
all,
happier.
first guy starts back around and then starts back with penetrating sex, having with her. In seeing the emails that I received from James talking about how he would make her hold all the cum when she got through all the guys.
Okay, but we're still talking about
Where?
the play-by-play you got. Was that your girlfriend, the one that you love,
I like that they
Well,
can
wait a minute.
share.
is being forced to give oral sex to 5 men?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after that, she's being penetrated vaginally, I guess, or anally, or both, by 5 men.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're getting texted this the whole time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but then after those weekends when she would come back, you guys would just go back to watching TV.
Honestly,
guys are-
this
I mean,
trial,
friends.
this
Those guys have
trial,
good
I figured.
recovery.
Wouldn't you? I mean, this whole summer that she's being physically assaulted, brutally assaulted at different times, you guys are constantly communicating and you're watching dancing shows and Chopped.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
love Chopped and Friends. All of this is going on in the middle of her being treated by masochism.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. Like I said, Friday
I'm
through Sunday
stupid.
was the tough days. Monday through Thursday, she would be back, and then me spending time with her was helping her cope with everything because she did not want to tell anybody about this.
Okay. And her coping with it was you and she watching Friends and Chopped together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she's sending you gifts and you're sending her gifts, correct?
No, the only gifts I sent her was for Christmas.
Okay. And then, she is sending you gifts though, correct? She
She,
sends Justice something?
she sends Justice the Friends CDs because she's
Oh.
big time into Friends.
And on the July 25th, when she's getting assaulted brutally. Oh, and she's also keeping up with Facebook for you on your ex-wife. Sending
Oh,
you, after her brutal assaults, she's sending you information on Facebook about your estranged wife, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, it's called multitasking.
And after the brutal assault in July,
This defense attorney's like, well,
God damn
I
it.
had a good career.
I told him not to testify.
So on 7/25, you are emailing to Rob that he has started
He's
this
so
again.
dead inside.
I guess this is when Jeremy's come back in the picture.
Is that
Oh
the
my
one that shows
God.
Jeremy's back?
Shabusiness narrating chopped. I can only
Yeah,
imagine.
7/25, you said you emailed Rob, help it started again. Do you recall that?
I mean, it
I like
sounds- yeah,
Chopped.
but-
Okay.
I know, I love Chopped.
She
That's
was
what-
assaulted.
It's like,
Can I see that email?
Face you
Now I'm
make
like,
when
me
your
and
friend's
Mr.
an
Moni
idiot.
start watching Chopped again. Friends, meh. But Chopped, yes.
mm-hmm. Am I
Gonna
loud?
get out. No, you're fine.
You're a little loud.
No, okay.
May I press
Okay.
start?
How
Because
do
I
you
had
fix
to
me?
edit.
An afternoon break.
Yeah, I had to edit Mike so that
There was a jury
because I
about
can't get
3:20
the
five.
Chrome
Once you're back in
extension
the jury
thingy
room
mabob.
at 3:42.
Okay.
He's gonna get off the
Better?
stand, go up to his lawyer. How do you think I did?
The lawyer's like, tell them you are stupid.
I'll be right
Brain
back.
and oh, okay. I will put us all down then. Oh, for the love of Cheetos.
You don't want to hear my loud, annoying voice, Bunny?
You know, I think he is doing as well as can be
Sheriff,
expected. I mean, it's going to be a hard
Continue to
case.
question
to
him. Sir,
settle.
you're still under the offer I gave to you?
Yeah.
Yes, John.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Lopez, we were talking about the email from July 25th. It's going to go up on the screen. Can you read it?
The abuse started again. Jamie was drinking tonight and pissed off.
Mr. Lopez, I
Oh,
didn't ask
boy.
you to read it. I said, can you read it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you physically read it?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
All
sorry.
right, so this is an email that you sent to Rob because you hadn't been able to get in touch with Jennifer Page for a few hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you started calling her about 1:30 in the morning and you called her until about 1:50 in the morning, correct?
That's what the records show.
Okay. And when you can't get a hold of your girlfriend, then you email Rob, correct?
Yes, at times, yes.
And you email him at 1:50 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, what do you think Rob's gonna do at 1:50 a.m., Mr. Lopez? Answer his email?
If he had gotten it, possibly.
Okay,
Let me see.
and then what did you expect Rob to do with this email?
Hopefully, give him a call just to shake something out, man.
Just call him.
That's all he could do from where he was.
Okay, this is the best you can do for your girlfriend who's being continuously raped.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you email him back via email that she is okay. She texted you at 5 a.m., right?
Right. This is the one, man. If you put that back, this is when, and even if you put the other one back too, this is now I'm remembering this one now. If you put it back the original email, yeah, I started. This is when I freaked out. I couldn't get a hold of Jen. I think the phone calls beforehand were real quick.
He's the
She
real
wasn't
Rob.
answering.
Probably.
I freaked out. This is me overreacting a little bit. I was wanting Jen know to see. I mean, wanting Rob to know to see if Jen could come back, and that's why the next email.
Will you fix me?
Right. She texted me right there. Exactly. That's why I apologize. Sorry to wake you with all this.
Okay, and where was the text from her?
Man, this was in July 25th. The text got erased.
If Sal
in
didn't
August.
know me, he would say no. That's fine.
Okay. And then that same day after she was mildly
Yeah.
assaulted.
Well, no, that's
Not
why.
that bad.
No, that's why I said I overreacted.
not
Once
that
I finally
greedy.
talked to Jen, she had told me she was fine. So I overreacted right away because I couldn't get a hold of Jen when I usually could.
Right, because you two talked constantly,
Right.
correct?
And that's why
She didn't pick up
I
over
overreacted.
30
Yeah,
minutes.
you might
I
have a
overreacted and I thought it was happening again. That's why I sent that email to Rob. That's why I said I don't know exactly what's happening. That Jamie had mentioned before about going to bed, but when Jennifer contacted me in the morning, that's when I said she's okay. You know,
Okay. So then you resume your stuff where you're gonna send her the angel rhinestone choker and you go ahead and order the crystal ribbed glass dildo and the choker and
Jesus,
some
why?
Kinky cloth.
G-spot dildo vibrator on that same day,
yes,
correct?
correct.
And then you go
Oh
ahead.
my
and
God,
also
his dad
email
is so
her on that
disappointed
same
in
day
Oh, that's his
the
dad?
Dog Living
No,
sample
I'm
scene,
joking.
correct?
His
Oh,
dad passed away,
After
but
you've been
Oh, yeah.
told
that was
even
just a
that she could've
disappointed
been
dad
assaulted.
look.
like I said, I overreacted because I was used to being able to. They were still in the window when stuff was not happening, and all of a sudden I couldn't reach her.
Let's talk about Vegas, Mr. Lopez. Jennifer and James Faith went to Vegas to visit his family in September of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you along for that entire trip?
Because Jennifer thought something was going to happen. She wanted me to follow her on Google Maps.
And what were you going to do if something were to happen to her? Email Rob?
Email Rob, or if she didn't, I don't know, call the local Vegas PD if she didn't come back. If I had her last known location, but that no, like I said, she wanted me to follow her, and I did.
Just in case Jamie were to assault her with his family in Vegas. Is that right?
I'm
Better
afraid
be
we're
safe
going
than
to need.
sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna need to buy one of those chokers. We have sciencing to do.
I'll wear it.
What she was worried about
On your
and so
thigh, because that's what I'm.
More likely
I'm
you two
guessing
have the
the
same
circumference of the
constant communication. Would you agree with
Chineke is.
No, I mean, I would have been in communication anyway. The only thing different was she added me to her Google Maps to let me follow her.
Uh-huh.
That was it.
Okay, but nothing happened in Vegas. They had a lovely trip.
Well,
with
I
his
added
family,
myself
didn't
to her Google
Well, I mean, we
Maps.
call it lovely. He went there because his father just got diagnosed with cancer. But yeah, I mean, they had a fine trip.
they? They went out to dinner. Jamie got her a cocktail. It was nice, right?
I don't know exactly everything that they did, but
I don't mind
I
Lefty.
mean, it was fine.
I mean, you were in constant communication with her, Mr. Lopez. You knew when she landed and you knew when she left.
She sent me the itinerary. She sent that to me. Like I said, she wanted me to know this information because she was worried for whatever reason that something could possibly happen.
Okay. Did she give you any details of what might happen?
No.
No? You never told anyone that it might be some sort of Craigslist rape?
Possibly.
that? That
'Cause,
sounds
that's
fun.
what she started bringing up later on.
When? When did she bring up the fact that he was going to pimp her out on Craigslist?
They don't
I
have
believe
the
All that
sections anymore.
multi-level marketing, ma'am.
after Vegas,
Don't eat my
that I
channel.
found it.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right. And did you ever try and see if she was on Craigslist?
Swear to
No,
God,
actually I didn't.
this
Didn't
this
do any intel
trial's
on that
gonna
one.
get me like
No.
NC-17.
Possibility that it might be out there. Kind of titillating, though, wouldn't you say?
In which way, ma'am?
As a story. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lopez?
It wasn't a story, ma'am.
So all this is going on the Vegas trip. When she comes back from the Vegas trip, this is right before the weekend that he is supposedly going to drown her while she's giving him a blowjob.
I don't know the exact time frame. I know stuff when they came back from
See,
Vegas. Stuff.
Sal, and all you need to do is find someone who will send you pictures of Nancy Pelosi's boobs randomly. Like, just what in all of the fan fiction terribleness? What is going on
Started
here?
ramping up, so it's in that time frame.
And by stuff started ramping up, what do you mean by that?
That's when her hair got cut, and yeah, then she was drowned, and then I started receiving the text messages from Jamie saying that he was going to start planning stuff for October 9th. That was only a couple weeks
He
away.
gave you a specific date of when he was going to assault his wife.
Yes, because it was
She
their
does.
anniversary, like he had
And they
done
look
before
about
on their wedding anniversary,
my
and his
age,
birthday.
so
He was going to make this a
sub-40.
special day for her.
He texts
Not
you,
very
which you don't
sub,
have,
but still
and he's
sub
going
40
to
this year.
hot tub drown his wife on their wedding anniversary.
On their
Aw.
anniversary that they met. Yes.
That's sweet.
You guys, so for Mr. Mo's birthday, I think I'm gonna write in the card, and I won't even hot tub drown you.
You should put a picture of Nancy Pelosi's boobs in the birthday card.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna ground me from chat. She'll be like, you
And you
are
do nothing with this little.
You
piece
should
of
start being like
information.
Mark
Just
Jensen, leave them around the house
one little text.
so he finds them.
don't give me
With respect,
ideas
ma'am.
because
Don't
I'm
tell anyone. Don't let your buddies know. Hey, this is getting serious. You don't do anything.
It was already serious. No, like I said, I put my trust and belief in Jennifer.
okay, so let's play this out because that's what they tell us to do in AA. Let's play the tape entirely out. Okay, let's say he calls the cops. And the cops go there. And she says nothing. He emails the cops all the bullshit that she's sending. And then, Jennifer gets exposed as the giant hose beast. I'm sorry, Matt. I apologize. I'll say a Hail Mary.
At some point, you and she, again, around this time of September, going into October, at some point, you and she are texting back and forth about, and do you recall, exchanging texts with her about a license plate requirement in Texas?
Wendy, do you have a question or are you waving? I didn't know if you were raising your hand or I'm new to emojis. So I didn't know if you were. If you have a question, pop it in and I will try to answer it, or I will write it down for Dave to have a lawyerly answer, or I will let Sal answer. We have many a option.
Oh,
Unless I'm totally missing chat, then.
In
oh no.
September.
Lefty said to raise your hand.
A license plate?
About how
Oh.
Texas has front license plates, maybe Tennessee doesn't.
No, I don't
Texting?
recall it.
About the time that she said that her pool person comes in the morning?
I'm not remembering
I don't
offhand.
remember that. Or the
No.
plan, then your plan to take the freeways except once through downtown? Any person witness, Your Honor?
I know. Look, chat is sometimes its own beast, and sometimes I am very good friends with
Do you recognize
chat,
this?
and then other times chat is like 18
It's
different
in the
cats
record
going
books right now,
everywhere.
Your Honor.
Ms. Paver, what number is it?
The complete conversation is currently in. her
See, I'm
record
trying to
books,
at
so
least
you
pay
can get it.
attention for
Is
questions.
there a date for this?
There are no dates on these. But it is a conversation between you and Jennifer, correct?
She's about ready to boff him on the side of the head like
I
dumbass.
know.
I know. I feel like she might get a haymaker in. She's so
Or just make him wear a dunce cap.
yeah.
Oh, this is hard. They didn't tell me there'd be any reading.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. I don't exactly remember it, but it sounds like,
You and Jennifer, correct?
yes.
Okay, and you're talking about how
Give me
Texas has a front license plate requirement?
It seems like, yeah, she's warning me about it.
She's warning you about it.
That's
Yeah.
what, yeah,
It sounds like you're talking about when you're taking the highways, you're gonna be taking the highways mostly when you come. Would you agree?
yes.
Okay, except for when you go through downtown. Correct?
I
True.
believe so. I mean, like I said, I end up getting lost, so.
Okay, and she tells you about what time the pool person comes and what day.
Correct.
And when you get back, after you ambush James Faith, killing him by shooting him 7 times on the street, 7:30 in the morning, you hightail it back to Tennessee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and she start your conversations right back up again,
Oh,
correct?
Well, talking to each other, yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Making plans, exploring BDSM, all of that's still going on after the murder, correct?
Not until the BDSM, everything didn't pick back up until later, till like late November.
Till my
or
check
into
cleared.
December. Correct.
it took a couple weeks for a
Right, so
sex
that-
drive
that
to
was in
return.
December, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like, you're making it sound like it was immediate. No. I mean,
No,
yes, we were talking
course
to
not.
her because, she was going through.
We're not degenerate.
Yeah, it was a
You know
very
everything.
long 8 months.
Right after the murder, she does a group text and includes Rob and Jeremy on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you.
Yes.
Oh, I wish he was here.
Oh
right
my
now for
gosh,
this.
that's the most Australian of Australian
know.
things, and I'm stealing all of it. Look, I love Australia. I don't understand why everything wants to kill you, and I really, really don't understand Vegemite. But we're weirdos over here with firearms. So I mean,
Ever see a kangaroo's
No,
claws?
like I stated, she told me that Rob
yeah,
called.
they're like
I mean,
danger
I knew Rob
deer.
was going to be fine. I had a problem with Jeremy.
And they
but
like
she had
punch
told
you
me
and try to like.
that Jeremy contacted
you.
her too and said he wasn't going to say anything
Yeah.
about what happened during the summertime.
Everything will kill you
That's
over
pretty
there.
convenient for a guy to say, I'm not gonna say anything about raping you.
Koalas and people
I'm
of
not gonna say anything
chlamydia.
about ravaging you. That works out real well for Jeremy, wouldn't you agree?
Relevant what another guy would say.
Did you clarify the question? Maybe I misunderstood. Objection sustained.
I said it's pretty convenient that Jeremy would say, I won't say anything about what happened in the summer, since he's the guy that has been raping her.
Yeah, it does seem kind of convenient. I mean, now that you
It's very
think about
convenient,
it.
wouldn't you say?
But yes,
And that
but
works out well for Jeremy.
it does. And that's why I didn't want him on the stuff. That's when Jennifer told me that him being off that whole list, everybody would expect him to be on it. So it would bring attention to her for why he wasn't on it.
Okay, Mr. Lopez.
Oh
Are
no,
you
she's
Australian,
like,
Pixie?
You and she
Yeah.
continue conversations.
Oh wow, we have 2 Australian girls.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, You continued the
Yes.
relationship
Yeah.
All the way up until your arrest, correct?
Look at us. We're worldwide.
Because
I
you
know,
wanted to
we're
be.
famous.
We're global.
That was the whole goal. From day one, from March 17th until the day of your arrest, it was you and Jennifer Faith in this together, correct?
I guess we
No.
have bears though.
I would not say
but-
from day one. Like I said, you saw the emails on day one. It ramped up right away.
Feral.
But no, my intention was never to. Intention, yes, was to be with her. For her intention for her husband to be dead, no.
Okay, so she doesn't want you to call the police, but she wants you to kill her husband.
Yes.
Well, I
That's the
mean,
way
when
it
you
sounds.
say it like that,
I
it
have a
sounds
question.
really
Here's
stupid.
the jurors. Matter you can take up outside your presence. Please go with the
Oh.
bailiff. Wait for the instructions. All rise for the jurors.
Ooh, they're gonna fight. Okay, I'm gonna probably go back to normal because I want to make sure I get the inflection right.
Mm-hmm.
Did all the BlackRock guys wear purple ties? And which of the lawyers is a co-partner in the investigation term?
Feral just texted me the Pelosi picture. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Mr. Lopez.
Okay, well,
20 next witness, please.
regular
Just
speed
while we're
then.
on the
I've
record,
never been normal, so I don't even know how to get there.
I would like to make a motion.
That's a
to,
zip code I ain't
clear
never been
the
in.
introduction of Jennifer Faith's factual resume at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
The entirety of the state's cross-examination of Darrin Lopez was to plant in the mind of the jury that this was some elaborate fake story. When we have a judicial confession filed in federal court for the sentencing of Jennifer Faith,
Or
where
priapism
she
down here.
admits to that federal court to accept the life sentence that she took, that she created those emails with the intent and purpose of deluding Darrin Lopez. The state has left a improper perception in the mind of the jury that can only be
Good.
clarified by providing the accurate information of what actually happened. And
No,
excluding that
I would
evidence
move
from
for a
them
mistrial.
leaves an improper notion in the jury and would violate Mr. Lopez's due process rights at this time. His rights.
Is it fixed?
You reply.
Yes,
Better?
yeah, it's
it's
not
still
crackly.
hearsay. It's still irrelevant to
Did they get-
this murder. And as far as the direct examination, we were responding with our cross-examination. The direct examination, he went down. I can still have,
Go
it
ahead.
is, our argument is it's still hearsay and it is not relevant. That was her sentencing.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think
but
it's not relevant.
see, that's what
It's
I've been
very
saying.
relevant, But I also don't
very
believe
relevant.
in admissible format. You can
Yeah.
call her. But that document.
Because
is not
she's
an
saying,
admissible document.
this was fake.
Any
I
other
did
way
it.
for you all to go about doing
He
this?
just said they can
I
call
don't
her.
believe that that's an admissible document. In admissible
Why
format.
don't they?
Specifically,
Why?
what is the court's ruling on the inadmissibility? It is a self-authenticating document under 902, and additionally is not hearsay.
Oh, she is a
as
cutie.
A court record, and
Wow. Wait,
additionally,
On
is
the
a
left.
public record.
Oh, yeah.
And
Wow, she's
therefore
just-
goes by the
is
hearsay
that
She
law.
kind of
Olivia?
looks like,
Under
oh gosh,
203.
she's all that
Additionally,
before
we
they
would
cut her
ask the court
hair.
to take judicial notice
Wow.
of the prior.
That's
filings
no,
in
that's
the federal
excited
court.
utterance.
All those objections are ruled. She can be a witness. All you gotta do is call her.
Judge, for the record, Ms. Faith still would be facing jeopardy at this point to testifying in open court at the time.
Maybe, but she hasn't been here. She's not here to establish that one way or the other. She may want to
But
testify. We haven't established.
She
it.
already
Nobody's called her.
cut a plea deal.
She has personal knowledge of all of these things.
Yeah.
What she said in federal
Maybe-
court is not in an admissible format, so the objections are sustained.
The defense calls Dr. Fabian.
Okay, very good. Sheriff, call the jury.
Wait, is he off the stand?
I guess he's
I
done.
guess he's done.
There was no redirect.
All rise.
Well, they
Um,
want to call Jennifer. They wanted to bring in Jennifer stuff, but they
Yeah,
wouldn't let them.
I don't. Well, so it looks like what Jennifer's gonna probably say no, unless I don't know if they can subpoena. David, where are you? You're
yeah.
grifting when we need lawyerly questions.
Yeah, I
God,
don't
I
know.
hope
Is
Dr.
she even in
Fabian
the
does
state?
something.
David!
more-
Is she in the state even? Or because
I-
federal,
sh-
you go where they
Yeah,
she-
I don't know.
like. I knew someone in Arizona that got convicted of wire fraud, and it was he was an idiot. He was a husband of someone at the church I went to, and basically the owners of this business used him as a fall guy. So his name was on like transferring money that was like stolen or something. But he got like 3 years and they put him in Nevada from Arizona. So like the family had to drive 8-9 hours like once a month to visit him.
I do think that the judge is pushing for her to come in. I feel like the judge is kind of
Well, he
telling
just said
them,
it too.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
very relevant.
Yeah, I don't
the
know how they can say it's not.
well, so David and I were looking at the shirt, and he looks very childlike and
Innocent.
delicately special needs with a
Yeah.
very large shirt. So if they're really playing up the brain
Yeah,
kind of
but he just
damage,
testified with perfect memory for the last 4 or 5 hours.
And like
yeah.
on
Well,
cross, though, like she wasn't tripping him up too much. If she said something like, "Well, you said this," he just like straight up was like, "Well, no, so and so wrote me this email, blah blah blah," and it
yeah. I
sounded
mean,
genuine.
I will say he did a lot better on cross than I thought he would.
Yeah.
With the
yeah.
absurdity of it, it didn't go great, but in reality, it wasn't that bad. It
No,
wasn't
I think
it wasn't. Sorry, go ahead.
if you had had a medical examiner on first and said, "Look, what you will notice with traumatic brain injury here, going over this records, talking to him," and I think this is what this doctor would have done, but I would have had the doctor on first to
Yeah.
kind of prep the jury like, "Hey, this is what a brain injury looks like. It's not, comically drooling and like licking a window," which I know is a gross exaggeration, but people that haven't been around it might think that. So if you give them, some of the tics, some of the weird gazing, you
Mm.
know, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to hear Jen's side. I need to get popcorn and throw tomatoes at the
I know,
get
but like
this heifer on.
they can't call her because it'll jeopardize her case. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah. I think that's why they didn't call her, or why she could decline it, because she could invoke
David's
the fifth.
here. Ask him a
Yes.
question again. Or
Uh, okay. MLS, they are trying to get the
So you have David's
federal
phone number?
charging the guilty plea, the plea deal that she made in federal court in, because the state's cross-examination basically made it look like Darrin was aware that this was all a game. However, Jennifer's plea deal directly says that she made all of this stuff up to exploit and manipulate Darrin. So they wanted in because the way the state cross-examined him, it made it seem as though Darrin was in on this being a game. So they said that they could call Jennifer, but the no eyebrows having Ginger said that she could be jeopardizing herself should she go on the stand. No. Well, the judge said no to the charging or to the plea deal documents, but basically told the defense to call Jennifer. Well, they're moving on to a completely different witness now. They're moving on to Dr. Fabian.
but I'm just confused. Like, is that true? Is she's already like admitted to everything?
Yeah, if she's in prison with a plea deal, then
Yeah, I don't understand how that's hearsay if she
it wouldn't have Fifth
confessed.
Amendment issues because she's
Like,
already
how
been
would they get it
convicted.
in without calling her? Would they ever be able to get it in without calling her, David?
I don't see
Okay,
how.
he said she could be implicating her. Yeah. Well, that's basically what I think the defense is trying to get at, is that if they were to call her, she would simply plead the fifth. I don't
But
know.
oh,
Yeah, she
Oh,
was
okay.
charged with
Yeah.
oh,
There's the smartness. See, this is why we have you. Okay, so yeah, that
I
makes
don't
sense.
like
So
that.
she was charged in federal court. However, if there is a state, trial
not
that they
as
could
third.
make,
That I really hate when you're convicted in state and the federal government then goes after you as well for like they did with George Floyd or Derek Chauvin. It's like it's
Yeah.
already convicted. Why are you wasting resources? First of all, and it's not, but it really is double jeopardy. You're basically being charged for more or less the same thing, even though it's technically different.
Yeah.
And Mads is right. So it's a way for the state to
Yeah,
keep
so
the
they,
case open.
but then it just makes, because it made me mad the whole time. Like the state is just making it look like that's why
Yeah.
I kept saying, yeah, but she admitted to it all. She said she did
I mean,
it and manipulated him on purpose. Why are they making it seem like he knew? She admitted to it.
well, okay, any one of us who maybe didn't have a traumatic brain injury and or was love blinded, we are all seeing how this looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Him and the point, but yeah, I think they call her, she pleads the fifth on everything, and then you still make your point. Like she's a self-interested hoe bag. But I could be
Well,
wrong.
would the judge? I guess this judge sounds like, but some
Well,
judges
the
like,
judge said her stuff is very relevant, but they have to call her.
yeah, but
Or
like
put it
some
in a
judges
form
are just,
that's admissible. I don't know
Yeah.
how they would do
Or,
like
yeah.
but like sometimes the judge just won't. If they're going to call or plead the fifth, the judge will just not let them be called.
that doesn't seem fair, but
And how
Or
would they
there's
you
call
can't just
her?
keep
Or,
asking questions over and over and over to get her to say that.
but how would they
They
make
do.
it admissible without having to
Yeah.
call her? Is there any way
Okay,
I
thank you, Wendy.
I
to get
think
in
we'll
her
have to
statements?
Yeah, they're kind of.
I have it on my list of things to ask Dave when he's with us.
True, Dave.
It's true.
That
But
lawyer on the
yeah.
right kind of looks like George Zimmerman. Oh,
Can
and
they
then you got
impeach her
the
with the
Night
deal
Stalker.
if she pled the fifth? I don't know.
Well, she could just keep pleading the fifth.
Yeah, I'm not look, y'all, we will have a Dave. Okay, so the issue is not if she was convicted, that we can get it with a certified document. What we want to know is what she actually did.
Can
Okay.
you
Mhm.
get federal documents like plea deals?
I like that the state doesn't trust the feds
Yeah.
either.
Well, that's
Like,
what they want to get in, is the fact that she n- s-
Yeah, I'm just
did all
wondering if
these
we can
emails. It was all
look
fake.
it
She
up.
was doing it to manipulate him.
yeah, and I think that's the problem is that again, these are things that they maybe should have researched like before. I feel like this is very ad hoc kind of
Yeah.
Well,
defense.
maybe
Like,
they didn't realize where the state was pushing, because this whole trial they've been pushing this whole narrative that he knew. He was part of it.
yeah,
It was a game, he knew. And I was like, wait though, but
like
she said that he didn't know and she did it.
what they should have had is the videotape when they confront him with the truth. Play that part with the lawyers.
Mm.
Why am I smarter than the lawyers?
I don't know. Okay.
If she testified under oath in federal court, we could get transcripts, but the state was not able to cross-examine her as part of a plea because it was the feds, not the state. Okay.
That's really not fair to him.
Dang it,
Not
Jennifer,
fair to
screwing
him.
him
Yeah.
even from the federal pen.
Yeah, that
Hell,
really
lady.
Sheriff,
bothers me.
you all may be seated. And sir, if you could please.
I mean,
before you
obviously
have
he's
a
guilty,
seat,
but
raise
he
your hand.
needs,
This way the testimony
it
Yeah.
needs to all be out there.
It needs to be a fair trial.
Please have a seat.
Well,
Respond to questions.
maybe
First, Mr.
since
Booth,
the judge is doing
and then Ms.
sentencing, he
Mitchell.
can take
Yeah.
this into account.
There is a lot of
They're wearing the
mitigating.
same goddamn tie.
They're color
Could you
coordinated.
state your name and spell it for the court, please?
Sure.
What the hell is that tie? Even David wouldn't be caught dead in it.
Matthew, Fabian, Fabian.
Dr. Fabian, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist and a neuropsychologist.
Two
As
people I
you
never want to meet.
You practice as a psychologist, but more specifically as a clinical and forensic psychologist, and a
Wendy.
clinical and forensic neuropsychologist. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So
Ooh.
psychology is just really simply the study of human
I'm
behavior.
jealous. I won purple hair.
And in clinical psychology, we're trained to assess and diagnose, treat psychiatric conditions, and we do conduct psychological testing. And as a neuropsychologist, well, in forensic psychology, we apply clinical psychology to the law. So we are asked by lawyers,
Hello,
judges,
MLS
courts
law.
to, address a particular legal issue, and that could be in criminal, civil, or domestic family law. And then I practice as a neuropsychologist as well.
And I think you were starting to get into that. Could you tell the jury what the difference between
It's both rich and varied.
neuropsychology?
Sure. So
Mo
in
is awesome.
psychology, we assess mental illness, typically, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, anxiety, depression, psychiatric conditions. With neuropsychology, we look more at brain behavior relationships and basically how the brain works, how it functions, and then we'll carry that over into the cognitive effects of mental illness or look at neurological disorders such as epilepsy, stroke, seizure, dementia, traumatic brain injury.
Are you board certified in any specialty areas in psychology?
Yes, I'm board certified in forensic psychology and clinical psychology.
Do you know what percentage of psychologists are board certified?
It's like, I think less than 1%, I think, or 1 or 2%.
What do you have to do to become board certified?
Suffer. We have to really go through a lot of training, present different videos and reports of folks that you've evaluated, send those to board certified professionals, meet for just a lot of grilling, so to speak, by other boarded members about your cases, about the diagnostic issues, and then ethical issues within the field. So forensic psychology focuses more on the law.
Oh my God, she
and the
raised
interaction between the law and psychology. So,
$4,963.
similar types of
Yeah, that might be our
grilling
WTF
and,
Friday,
testing, both
just
written and oral
making
exams.
all the fun of this woman.
Now, I'm assuming before you can be board certified, you need some education before you can even sit for that type of exam. Is that right?
That is correct.
Could you summarize your education, your academic education?
Sure. So briefly, I have a bachelor's degree in political science psychology. I'm originally from Ohio, University of Cincinnati. I have a master's degree in general psychology
Welcome,
from
Ed
the same
Gein.
institution. I have a master's
We've not
in
seen you
clinical
around here, but
psychology and a doctorate in clinical psychology.
we enjoy your
with a
decorating.
focus on
And thank you
Yeah.
for your
psychology from the,
contribution to pop
Chicago,
culture.
School of Professional
Yes, thank you.
Psychology.
Buffalo Bill will always
Have
be
a
my
Juris
favorite.
Doctorate law degree from Cleveland Marshall College of Law, and I had specialized training in forensic psychiatry in the law through Case Western Reserve University. And then I have postdoctorate clinical neuropsychological fellowship and training from the University of New Mexico School of Medicine and the Albuquerque VA, where I worked in their polytrauma unit there.
It is for record purposes with the court judge. Yes, Judge. If I may.
Go ahead. I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Judge.
apologize. You may proceed.
Doctor, how many years of school are we talking about here?
A few.
A lot of student loans.
Yeah. I went to law school at night. I was a court psychologist, but
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. What is your training and work experience as a clinical and forensic psychologist?
sure. So during graduate school, I spent a year really learning what mental
I'm going to
illness
speed
is,
it back
and I
up.
did that with
I just wanted to.
inmates at Cook County Jail and there's about 11,000 inmates there.
Oh,
I worked on the mental health.
warning for people. This was in his, I don't know if it was called a voir dire or a Dalbert hearing, but the little thing before, where they get to
Voir dire.
interrogate and see if he's actually a real expert.
Mhm.
He does say he works with a lot of people that have assaulted children. So I don't know if
Lovely.
that's going to come up a lot, but
Okay.
just, I mean,
Be
he
right
does
back.
work with a lot of inmates. So
health unit with 1,000, and I just chose what types of disorders and what offenses I wanted to really learn. And then I did a psychiatric therapy, counseling, and assessment practicum at the Federal Bureau of Prisons in Chicago. And then I moved to Ohio, and that was really where the rubber meets the road. You know how to assess someone, you know what mental illness is, but then how do you apply that to legal questions? And that was more the forensic issue. So in that state, there's about a dozen court psychiatric clinics. I was the intern resident at the Medical College of Ohio, where we had a court diagnostic and treatment center. So there I conducted pre-trial, pre-sentence evaluations with defendants there. I also ran some therapy groups, primarily with sex offenders. And then after that, I was licensed in Ohio, and I was a court psychologist there for a number of years, and I worked at 4 of those facilities. One I was a director of, that was an adult facility, and then I worked at 2 other adult court psychiatric clinics, and then a juvenile one, where juveniles were assessed there. I eventually moved to Minnesota, and I worked in their maximum security state forensic hospital, and that was for the whole state rather than regional or city county facilities. I did the same types of evaluations, and they would be competency or fitness to stand trial, not guilty by reason of insanity or mental illness, mental state at the time of the offense evaluations, also mitigating circumstances, or informing the judge or the lawyers psychological factors in the crime. Are they amenable to treatment? What kind of treatment do they need? Probation? Do they need supervision? And risk assessments. Are they likely to commit future offenses? How do we manage this offender in the community? And then I moved to Texas, and I live in Austin, and there I do mostly court-appointed pre-trial, pre-sentence type evaluations that I explained. And along that road, I did have to do more training to become a neuropsychologist.
Let's make that shift, because again, the forensic psychology is applying mental health to the law. Can you explain your training as a clinical neuropsychologist?
Sure. So you can't just buy like a memory test and then say, hey, I'm a psychologist now, I'm a neuropsychologist. You have to learn the disorders, the pathology. And so I started off inner city in a high risk urban facility working with youth. So the children had a lot of CPS involvement, a lot of PTSD, a lot of complex trauma in the home. They also had neurodevelopmental disorders such as ADHD, intellectual disability, autism, learning disabilities. And then I was also working at a facility called Neurology and Neuroscience Associates, working with adults, having only to do with clinical work, not legal or forensic work. And I was really learning, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, just different neurological disorders. And that led me to go to the University of New Mexico, where I was at their clinical neuropsychological facility, and the Albuquerque VA. So again, it was more clinical. It was not legal or forensic. And I was just working a lot with people that often had both neurological and psychiatric conditions.
Are you fellowship trained as a clinical neuropsychologist?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury what is fellowship training mean?
It just means after you have your doctorate, you go and respecialize in another area. So I knew I was experienced in clinical psychology and forensic psychology, but these cases, a lot of them are complex, where there are neurological conditions, and I needed that training in order to be able to do more of a holistic evaluation.
Some of that fellowship training was at the VA Polytrauma Center, is that right?
That is correct.
What is the VA Polytrauma Center?
Well, poly means more than one. So, that is a specialized unit where we would evaluate, veterans that had typically, post-traumatic stress disorder, emotional, psychological trauma, traumatic brain injury, or physical, disorders, conditions.
let's see if we
whether they
can.
lost a limb or they have chronic pain. So they may have a combination. Back in the day, in State University, I taught school, their
Let's get
Department of
past.
Forensic Psychology,
Yeah,
Washington,
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm
DC area,
trying to.
in the Maryland area.
And where or who is
How much
primary
more is
to
left?
the Walter Reed?
No veterans.
So you've had some extensive experience working with veterans, is that correct?
Yes.
Looks
Um,
like got 40
Have
minutes.
you been published
Okay.
in peer review articles as well as bar
Oh,
review
for the love
articles?
of.
And you noted you have a law degree, but you do not practice law, is that correct?
No, law would be good to have that of
Law school degree,
case.
psychologist, and that primarily consists of examining individuals who are involved in the legal system, is that right?
County, Comel, Hayes, New Braunfels, San Marcos areas. So most of what I do is basically really between San Antonio, Austin, Houston,
Oh my
and then
God.
through Waco and here.
He's never gonna
What
stop.
kind of evaluations have you been
Imagine this guy in
Same
1.0.
types of cases, competency to
Well,
stand trial.
This is
competency to be
why patients
executed,
are awesome. They
intellectual
just
disability and death penalty cases.
Probably does
Juvenile
sleep
transfer,
studies.
should a juvenile state be retained, kept in the juvenile system, or should they be tried as an adult? Sex offender risk assessments. Those are competency. Yesterday it was competency, or the day before, competency to waive Miranda rights. So the evaluation at the time of the confession of a defendant.
And so you've examined defendants on behalf of the court, appointed by them,
Yes.
and on behalf of the state, requested by them.
Yes.
over.
Facebook data, but I tried to review what you gave me.
And then
Okay, I think we're finally to.
and interviewed Darrin Lopez, is that right?
Yes.
How many times did you interview Darrin Lopez?
So I evaluated him on May 3rd and May 4th of 2023.
Okay,
You said you evaluated. What did those evaluations entail?
Sure. So basically, they entail just interviewing, and they entail psychological testing and neuropsychological testing and assessment.
Which about how many hours did you spend with Darrin Lopez?
I would say I would over the 2 days, no more than 12, but it was, I'd say at least 10.
And during that time, you're both interviewing him. What are you looking for in your interviews with somebody that you're evaluating?
Well, I want to get to know the person and their background history. I want to know really their thoughts about the case. And I say that more or less, and because we build up to that. So we learn about their background history and really how they function. That's really what I'm after. That's what psychology is, human behavior. How do you function? What are your symptoms, if you have any? And then neuropsychologically, how's your brain work? How does it function cognitively? And, I do go in there knowing that he's been at the Department of Defense. He has been poked and prodded by a number of mental health experts that work for the defense, and there's different diagnoses, psychiatric treatment, symptoms that are documented. Now, that doesn't mean I have to always agree with that, and that could be years ago. But I want to, certainly it's important for me to see that and to go over those records with the person I'm evaluating, and then do my own assessment.
And Doctor, you reviewed all of the records that we were able to obtain from the Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs that Darrin Lopez has, is that correct?
Yes, most of it was the Department of Defense that we had, yeah.
And do you remember offhand about, how many pages of records we're talking about?
They're not memorized, but I know they're 912 pages.
they are wearing the same tie. This lawyer
Dr. Fabian,
started a private
these
investigating
military,
firm.
medical records that we reviewed are in an electronic format, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, we didn't kill 17 trees trying to print them all off. We reviewed them on our computers.
correct.
And the military records, the medical records that you reviewed, are they important to your conclusions on Darrin Lopez's case and his current status?
Yeah, so the medical mental health records are typically always important.
I would like to offer Defense 7 the military records reviewed by Dr. Fabian for Darrin Lopez.
So he has no objection for record purposes.
I'm sorry,
We'll admit them for record purposes.
can I ask a question?
Go
This
ahead.
will be on 12.
My apologies for the forward number.
What's the, when you get squared away with court reporter, what's the number?
It will be 12, Judge.
You have no objections to 12 for record purposes? All right. It's admitted for record purposes only.
Doctor, from the review of Darrin Lopez's medical records, can you summarize for the jury some of the things that those records disclose to you?
Sure. So the primary bullet points here would be that he did have psychiatric diagnoses. So they were post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, from military combat trauma. There was evidence of major depressive disorder. There's evidence of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, predominantly the inattentive type. There was evidence of traumatic brain injury, and there was evidence of psychiatric medication management and treatment. He was typically treated with prazosin, which is a medication that helps with nightmares and sleep, often given with those who have PTSD. Zoloft, antidepressant medication, Adderall, psychostimulant for ADHD, and gabapentin, which is treatment for mood and even pain. Those are some of the medications he was on. And then there were neuropsychological.
You guys, he was on so much.
Lucky.
So gabapentin is for like nerve pain. Adderall, then you have 2 downers. I mean, they wanna depress him and also make him pay attention and then treat nerve pain. Okay.
Test results and psychological test results. Those included essentially below average performance in a neuropsychological test. And that's, again, assessing cognitive functioning, attention, memory, word list information, story information. We want to give them new information. And, 30 minutes later, what was that story? Okay. Problem solving, attention. And that's where he had some below average performance within attention and memory. And then I believe several months later, after more treatment, therapy, counseling, and psychiatric medication management is what we call neurofeedback. He actually bounced back into kind of the average range. So, and I can expand upon that if you wish.
Doug, I want to get into that just a little bit. Is that so? As you're reviewing these records, I mean, this is over a timeline that Darrin is seeing these doctors. And these are doctors out in Tennessee after he has been discharged from the military.
I want to say Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Okay. And it's called the TBI Psychology Clinic on base.
Okay. What does TBI stand for?
Traumatic brain injury.
And why would Mr. Lopez be going to that facility?
I believe he maybe done his basic there, but he was stationed out of there. And when he would return home during tours, that was one base he would go to, basically a home base. And, they had medical staff, psychiatry, psychology, neuropsychology on a bigger basis like Fort Campbell. So I know he had reported complaints of headaches, and, you get a lot of assessments by different medical professionals on the base. They handle all the medical care. So I know that he had reported evidence of headaches, dizziness, vertigo, problems with memory, attention. And so he's going to be evaluated by mental health professionals and then basically neuropsychologists. So they have a particular clinic there. And
1 second. Right now, we need to say goodbye to our
Yes.
lovely Salbert.
Oh,
Salbert, if
Yes.
you like to grift.
Yeah.
Albert's got to go to
I
bed.
Salbert. No, not yet, but soon. A couple hours. No. So yeah, I have a channel, Dolly Talk. I cover trials, random stuff. Right now, this weekend, I will be doing more of the Mark Jensen trial. Really sweet guy, unalives his wife with antifreeze and has a peculiar hobby. So I'll leave it there. You can follow me on Dolly Talk. And yeah, Jamie and Mo, I'll send you an invite if you're available. It'll
Awesome.
be
Yeah.
after the Jody area, so
Yeah.
2 p.m. Eastern on
We are
Saturday.
never, ever, no one puts Jody in a corner. She'll stab you.
All right, guys, it's been fun. I will see you later.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Have a
Song.
good evening.
You-
All
that's where
right.
he's evaluated for both.
And
Oh,
we'll get back to that in just a second. Specifically, he was at the TBI clinic. The jury has purposely heard that there was at least one specific traumatic incident that would lead us to believe that Mr. Lopez would have TBI. And what was that specific incident?
That was a incident, the dump truck incident, where there was a blast exposure. So typically from explosion and or IED, improvised explosive device. That was an explosion, and based on chemical explosion in the dump trucks. And there was 2 blasts. And so blast.
if Ahmad could put up Salvador's link, please.
They can fly in the air. I can
When you
below
can.
the head, where the person will experience a concussion, and there are some basic mechanical. Your brain will shift and go back and forth briefly during a concussion. But he had a concussion. He had 2 of them, if not 3, in the war due to those types of explosions or blasts.
And you've kind of summarized for the jury what TBI is. What are some of the long-term effects of traumatic brain injury that we have started learning about?
So when someone has a concussion, and a concussion we hear all the time is going to be a mild TBI, mild traumatic brain injury. And basically we can have post-concussion syndrome, and that's following the TBI. That can lead to personality changes, cognitive changes, problems, decision-making, processing. It can be related to emotional, behavioral difficulties. Now, those typically will be more profound within the first several months of a concussion, and they improve over time. Now, in this case, there was further attentional and memory issues that he had, but with therapy, they did improve. There was a neuropsychologist, Dr. Zora, who had done neurofeedback and more neurorehabilitative therapy.
And Dr. Maybe I should step back here.
Sure.
To where you initially got involved in the case. When you start into a case like this, you are usually asked to come in to look at specific things and answer specific questions. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this case, what were the things that we asked you to look at?
Well, when there's an individual that has a documented history of PTSD and TBI, when we first talked, you reviewed the records and you said, we need an assessment here. And, that's more looking at clinical diagnoses, functioning, but then the legal questions, which we call the forensic questions, are going to be related to, what was his mental state at the time of this offense, for example.
And so as you're reviewing these records, you are looking back for that previous baseline testing to see how Darrin was doing.
That's correct.
And then you performed supplemental testing to then look at that across time. Is that right?
Right. And across time was really 11 years, because he had most of his assessment in 2012, right before he was granted disability.
Darrin Lopez was discharged medically from the Army. Is that right?
2013, I believe.
And what was the reason that he was medically discharged?
It was post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD.
So we have documented traumatic brain injury, but the primary assessment was post-traumatic stress disorder.
And I would agree with that. So the neuropsychologist reasoned that the PTSD was the condition that was causing the neurocognitive effects. And when I say neurocognitive, it's more of, hey, how's your brain function? And okay, the attention and memory, we now in our field have, we look at PTSD not only as nightmares, flashbacks, the clinical side, but also the brain side. So it's cognitive functioning. We usually see deficits with attention and memory. And they threw ADHD in there to make it more complicated. But in my opinion, it was clearly the PTSD was more of the problem emotionally and cognitively, more so than the TBI.
Let's go ahead and shift and talk to the jury for a little bit about PTSD. What does PTSD stand for?
Sure. So post-traumatic stress disorder.
And so, I think there's a kind of Hollywood conception of what PTSD is, with immediate flashbacks and kind of either losing it completely or cowering in a corner from a specific event. Is that right?
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Are they deciding to turn all the mics on now?
We have
Jeez.
our class
I have no idea.
PTSD.
They keep fluctuating.
Remember it well.
And can you explain? There are cases of PTSD where you have tell the jury what's a dissociative state.
So with PTSD, you have to have a foundation of trauma. Something bad's got to happen to you or to someone you know. You can witness it, you can experience it. Now you can even learn about it. Okay. So, and then we have a number of psychological symptoms, and really they can affect you emotionally, cognitively, behaviorally, interpersonally. And so, but you want to go to dissociation.
So, can you tell the jury, what is that Hollywood version of a dissociative event?
And that's really where you can have derealization, meaning you're just kind of spaced where you're out of touch where you are and what you're doing. You're like in a movie. Depersonalization is another part of dissociation. That's where you can't even know who you are, right? So it's personal, you're de of yourself. So you're just like kind of not in the moment. We can have that with flashbacks where something can pop in your head, a trigger, and then you can go right back into that world, whatever the traumatic event typically was. Now in Rambo, that was quite a while. He was in a dissociative episode for days, which we typically don't see.
So under,
Relating it to
you have to have
Rambo
that traumatic event that kind of
Well,
pegs on the brain at that point. And then something that triggers,
makes,
that throws you back
you know,
to that. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, typically. So you're going to have more severe PTSD often if you have more traumatic events. And the more severe they are, more intense they are. And I want to focus, I want to really emphasize the jury. I mean, we're all different. So we don't only respond to the same trauma or different traumas the same or differently. I mean, everyone is just so variable with this. A lot of it has to do with resilience. It has a lot to do with resilience. And everyone, again, is different. So when you have a traumatic event, if I may, then you have for PTSD different symptoms. So you can have what we call intrusive domain, and that means nightmares, flashbacks, memories, and they could be based on triggers. We've
I'll
seen,
check with my
going on the
doodad.
4th of July, or you're at July 4th and you're a Marine. That can
he
trigger
was in
noises. Okay?
Dave's stream.
So we have intrusive symptoms. And we don't
So
have to
maybe
have
that's
all of
why
them.
she
We can
doesn't
just
see
have
him
one of those three: memories, flashbacks,
in our
nightmares.
chat.
I'm just,
Then you have,
yeah, I'm just gonna
what
make
we
sure no
look at
one's,
as being a negative emotional impact. So when you think of these events, you get upset. You get typically sad, angry. We often have avoidance. That's a third domain. Basically, who
no
wants to
one's
really
hidden
deal
on
with
my
this baggage,
list.
right? We'd rather
So,
not think about it. And so we often avoid our trauma-based emotions, feelings, thoughts. And we may avoid people, places, situations, events that remind us of those traumatic events.
hey,
And then
sounds
we
like
have evidence
me.
of
I resemble that
changes in
remark.
cognitions, how we perceive ourselves in the world. And they're usually negative. They're usually about distrust.
Yeah,
I
Dave's
can't trust,
streaming too.
I'm blaming myself, blaming
Yes.
the person, the perpetrator that abused me. I'm blaming, you're basically,
So what we've kind of pieced together is that nothing's going to get him out of the guiltiness. He had enough, wherewithal to try to hide what he was doing and everything, so he knew it was wrong. But if they can show diminished capacity, maybe it's not going to be first degree murder. Maybe the jury's going to go second degree, like heat of passion, or he was stupid. He did it. He did all the dumb, but he thought he was doing right. So at least that's what we're going with.
You?
Oh,
looking at the world differently. And often it's a dangerous look at the world. You don't trust anyone. And then we have negative emotions. And those are basically fear, horror, anger, guilt, shame. And then a key component is the hyperarousal domain. And that means startle response, where you're on eggshells, you're hypervigilant, you sit in the back of the bar because you need to scan your environment. Okay. So that hyperarousal leads to irritability, it leads to aggression, and those symptoms are, those words, irritability and aggression, are part of the diagnosis of the new PTSD.
It's a really
based
like
on the
thick
research
wedding
the
ring.
American
That'd
Psychiatric
be
Association
uncomfortable.
did
Yeah.
with veterans. So irritability,
yeah.
problems with sleep,
I just,
problems with attention,
it would
and it's
bother me.
difficult to turn your
Mhm.
brain off, your body off. Okay. So it's just, you're often on eggshells. You're just often on edge.
And that's a good point for the jury to understand, because we have this, acute dissociative state, but when we've learned more, what is PTSD doing to people long term, which is the change of who they are on a daily basis?
And then a lot of, depends on how resilient the person is. So it can change the structure and function of how your brain works in particular areas that often are based in emotion, kind of the emotional core of your brain. It can change that, and then we've seen that in veteran studies.
One of the things that you already stated is that the severity of PTSD goes kind of hand in hand with the level of trauma that people have experienced.
Correct.
You reviewed Darrin's records, as well as interviewed him, as well as spoke to the people that served with him, as well as his family, looking for what?
Well, I want to know how he functioned back in the day. Talked to his Green Beret buddies, and what was he like? How did he change? What was he like in the field, in the bush? How has your relationships evolved over
Probably.
time?
They're
What about
probably waiting to
post-deployment?
get him for crossing
And
state
then, with his
lines.
stepdaughter, how was he functioning?
Yeah, they're probably
when
waiting
he
to see
came
how this
back in
pans out.
between tours, leading up to the offense? Try to get some other collateral, information.
Were you looking for traumatic events that Darrin Lopez experienced to be able to assess his PTSD?
Well, and I knew, we have the hundreds of pages of records outlining that he has disability from, the government, where he's completely disabled based on PTSD. And I want to mention the disability means, like any diagnosis we have, depression, bipolar disorder, really for there to be a diagnosis, it has to really impair person's occupational social functioning, cause them distress. It needs to disable them a bit. Now we have a stamp here that from the government saying he is disabled from that PTSD condition. And when we have that, we know that he's deteriorated.
And let's sidestep just for a minute, Doctor, because I think it's important for the jury. In the assessments that you did, disability can be granted at times to people that maybe aren't really disabled, right?
That's a can of worms, but yes.
Okay. You were probably involved in processes where you were looking at somebody saying, we're not going to push this through, and it happened anyway. Is that right?
Yeah, I've seen, folks that are veterans exaggerate their complaints for continued benefits.
In all of your evaluations, not just for benefits, but also to avoid criminal responsibility, people will start making claims of mental illness, including PTSD. Right?
Oh yeah, we do that, and we call that malingering, or feigning, exaggerating some type of disorder, condition for some benefit that they may receive if they're found to have that disorder.
And you have tests that actually look into malingering, is that right?
I do.
And did you perform any of these tests?
I did.
And what were your findings from that?
He was not exaggerating, malingering psychiatric disorders or cognitive deficits or impairments. And he had not done that in the DoD, Department of Defense, TBI clinic either.
In your assessment, is that 100% disability that was granted from the DoD, was that appropriate for Darrin Lopez?
I don't do those, but yes, the PTSD he does have is quite profound, and that has been documented in the VA record, or sorry, the DoD and the VA records.
Let's go back over to the stressors that you investigated. Military service in and of itself, even without combat deployment, can be a stressor. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there can be a lot of traumatic events, during basic training, AIT training, especially special forces training. Just, you have to be in Afghanistan, it could be traumatic events. People die in training.
Because what are we essentially doing when we're taking an 18-year-old civilian and turning them into a soldier?
Well, they trying to make them learn how to deal with authority, but also build them physically and mentally and emotionally the best they can, depending on what service branch they're in.
For somebody that is in the Army infantry, you're training them to kill other human beings.
Well, that's true. It's based on and depending on what your branch is, what your MOS or duty is. You're training them, especially in the special forces, to survival, tactical survival techniques. You're training them to defend themselves, their comrades, and to kill. Certainly.
And then you talked about the special forces. Are you familiar with SEER training?
I briefly am. I know that that's part of the special forces training. Certainly haven't gone through that.
Thank you, excited. I didn't catch that quite away.
Discussed it briefly.
Or right away.
With his other team members from special forces, is that right?
Yeah, we talked about it, and they talked to me a lot about their own experience in the military, and then their observations of how Darrin, how good of a soldier and medic he was.
And there's a lot more than just the SEER training, but the conversations that you have had there, those experiences of the stuff, they're essentially teaching somebody how to avoid capture by putting them through that exact experience, right?
Drop them in the middle of nowhere for 30 days. And you got to...
with how much to work with at that point?
Not much. Tools, a compass, and, they got to find their way out. And a lot of it's physical endurance, mental endurance. They told you can quit anytime, and they're always being monitored, evaluated. And, most people don't make it for whatever reason. So it is quite an enduring program.
Is it hard for somebody who's a civilian to understand what that training alone does to an individual?
It is. Unless you really do it, and I have my own questions, and I work a lot with vets. But you really don't know it until you do it and succeed at doing it and fail at doing it. It's very, very difficult. I know with the special forces, they do focus a lot of, there's a lot of different roles they do. And so it's not only survival and tactical training, but it's gathering information, working with the locals, which is really gathering the
Wow, she's shaky.
Often do.
And they're literally changing the way that these
Is
20
this-
bets that's the ex-wife.
She looks too pretty for him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you got to remember back then he was like
Well,
built
he
and
has several daughters, right? I mean, is it one of his
Yeah.
daughters maybe? Or
I don't
maybe is
know.
it the oldest daughter? Is it, I don't know. Is it her
I
daughter?
don't know. She's just shaking like a
She's
leaf,
bad.
Individuals
Maybe
think
it's a
to be able
sister
to
or
do
somebody.
their
I don't know.
jobs in these
but
combats.
she looks
Right,
pissed
and these
off.
missions,
I'm gonna object to this point as far as to what the military does. This is, he's here for psychological, neuropsychological testing.
Hi,
Leeway
excited.
on this one subject matter, and let's bring it back to why we're cool today. Go ahead.
Do we have it? We
Let's-
don't
let's
have it in
move past
2025.
the military
Excited. I'm
training itself.
pissed.
That is then compounded by combat deployment. Is that right?
correct.
How many times was Mr. Lopez deployed to a combat zone?
I have 6 times that he had talked to me about, and 6 in the DoD records.
And on which deployment was it that he was blown up?
It was somewhere around the 3rd.
So he was
I
deployed
kind of
3 more
object to
times.
him saying
after
that he
having-
was blown up because he's there. They could say near an explosion, but blown up. I don't know. This whole court case. She looks either really mad or really anxious, or she's wants a pee break.
That
I don't know.
specific acute
Look, it
instance
happens.
of disability or of injury and trauma. Is that
Yes.
right? In fact, did you learn that? I mean, during this, he almost wasn't deployed for the 6th time. Is that right?
That is correct, and they were able to adjust his deployment and his role and duty based on his condition. So he's more in the K-9 unit.
Why would somebody do that to themselves?
Why would somebody do that to themselves?
Why would someone
I think we're just going with.
find
Object is
Jennifer hot? I don't know. There's a lot
Mr.
wrong
Lopez,
with
your
this guy.
experience with veterans, as well as the interviews with the other special forces and members of Darrin's team, have you found a psychologically similar
We have
outcome of
so
people
many
forcing
facets
themselves back into
of
combat
humor.
situations?
Absolutely. Love the game. So there's a few of them. Passionate about country, just being a patriot. When you start experiencing that type of activity, trauma, it's very stimulating to the person and the action. And it's almost like a drug. It does change the way you function, the way your brain works, your emotions. And then when they, a lot of them, it's similar, if I may, to the police officers I evaluate. And I'll even say pro football players. Certainly they get a lot of money to be paid, but it's difficult to let that go. And it becomes your primary identity. It's who you are, what you are. And then you have to compartmentalize your life between being a civilian and then, being a soldier. And that's very difficult to do. But a lot of these guys want to be the soldier. And it's difficult to readjust. And I will say, if I can, reset. And you want me to elaborate on that?
Well, Dr., I mean, what is a reset for the military?
So when you're in 5th gear and you're ripping and running with a V8 engine and there's a lot of activity, you get used to it, and then you got to slam on the brakes and you got to go back home, civilian life for a few months. And really, the military doesn't want you to get too comfy on the couch. And so you don't have time to reset how your emotions or your brain works, and you go right back in. And many of these guys, especially when you work as hard to get to that special forces level, they want to get back to it. And it is a mind-body phenomenon, but we see it. They don't want. The more you are away from it, the more difficult it is to get back.
Aside from the military and combat, or let me ask you this, based on your assessments of Darrin Lopez, did he have multiple traumatic events through his military career?
Yes.
In addition to that trauma, and again, how long was Mr. Lopez in the military?
I heard him say 20. I know at least 18 and a half.
During that 18 and a half years, most of his adult life, how much of his identity was wrapped up in being a special forces soldier?
I pretty much all of it. I mean, that's much of what he talked about to me. He was proud of it. The self-esteem. I mean, people really, just talking to his comrades. I mean, he loved being a part of that, the passion, that was basically his whole life, really.
Sir, don't cry about yourself.
During that whole
Cry
life,
about the
also had a number of
victim.
other significant traumatic events. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Running
well,
through
you
those
can
for
cry
the
about your
jury just real
granddaughter
quick.
because that's terrible.
Did he disclose to you an event with Jeff Frensley, one of his team members, during his deployments?
Yes.
And what was that event?
That was the event, I believe, in Kentucky, where a man, I think last name of Kevin Wayne Dunlap, perhaps, burglarized the home and I think raped the mother, killed the children, was sentenced to death. And,
Jesus.
Sorry.
Like, what really? No, I guess they'd kind of jumped it off as, or they kind of said like there was a robbery, but they didn't go into. Jeez, I hate everyone. It wasn't my cats this time, and I find that.
You scared me.
Well, I thought you were up because yeah, it kind of sounded like there was just a young kind of 20-year-old guy to, you know, and his house got robbed, but the entire family, okay. Look, this guy has had a lot of trauma, and I'm not making fun of that, but he better start to where he has no
On
cognitive.
fire after murdering the family. Is that
Yes.
right? And where was Darrin when that happened?
I don't recall where he was. I know that he went to go visit Jeff to help him.
I mean, do you recall that?
Oh, I think he was actually on tour, I think.
Do you remember? I mean, Jeff and Darrin were on the scene as they were putting out the house.
Oh, I know he helped them out. I don't remember where it was exactly when the offense happened.
I mean, is that a
We feel like
traumatic
it
event
makes
for an
him look,
individual on its own?
Yep, absolutely.
for lack of a more gentle word, short bussy. Having the
Sure.
oversized
Oh,
shirt.
sure, Dusty.
Because
Kind
their
of
whole thing
Forrest
is,
Gumpy. Is that what you want?
yeah.
Like Forrest Gumpy.
I mean, or they just could not find a shirt that fit the man. Like maybe he has a really large neck and, you would have to get it special tailored. Mr. Mo, I'm talking to you. You have to spend $50 on a shirt.
Absolutely. I mean, people were killed and assaulted. Sure.
That was in 2008, correct?
Yes.
In 2009, Darrin lost his granddaughter.
By drowning, yes.
Where was Darrin when his granddaughter drowned?
He was. I think he was overseas on that occasion.
They also disclosed to you one of their other teammates, Dawn Garland. What happened to Dawn in 2012?
He took his life.
And this is one of the Special Forces team members that Darrin served with. How big
What
are
are
the
you
Special Forces teams?
They're pretty small. They're very highly trained, organized, but they're tight and small.
Exceptionally tight-knit groups.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then in 2013, Darrin has the medical discharge from the military, so he didn't choose to separate from the military.
No, they told him it was over.
Is that a trauma in and of itself?
Choosing is a lot more positive on the esteem than being told it's over. So it's better to go out on your own will than be told basically you're damaged, broke, you're not good enough.
And then what was he able to do? I mean, how much of his identity did he lose at the end of that service?
Objection, pure speculation, Your Honor.
Okay, here's the problem with this argument. And Jamie, I'm sure you've been here, maybe not in the same way, but a lot of my identity, not to go into like a personal story, but a lot of my identity was wrapped up on being an active mom. So now that I'm not able to be as active, it's been really hard. Like finding this has been good because I can put my identity into something I can still do. So I understand that, and having to help Mr. Mo go from, 20 years in the military to, sorry, you're kind of old, which I make fun of him, but I can make fun of him for being old. The army
Mhm.
can't, okay? It's like your siblings. So watching him struggle to find, do I want to be retired? Do I want to work? Do I want, all those things. But he never, started texting his high school girlfriend. I just,
Well, the very close friend of mine that has the head injury, like that was like his life was he actually got it while he was training for the police academy and it happened. And like this was like his I mean it is what it is, but like that was his life goal. So
Yeah.
when it happened and he literally is a completely 180 different person. And he lost the use of his left side of his body. So he had to learn to walk all over again. And this is 8 years ago, and he's still like is struggling just trying to find his purpose in life. And that's just like, you know,
Yeah, it's really hard because, you go from I mean, you go from having kind of an orbit in your life and you're a planet and you know your orbit and then all of a sudden you are just knocked out into free space. Yeah, you might need to jiggle a wire.
sorry.
I don't
I keep hitting it and that keeps coming out. Is
it's
that
it's
better?
okay. Yes, yes it is.
Okay,
You gave
sorry.
me the idea of the little fan and I am like, whew, forever grateful to Jamie. But yeah, I don't buy
But yeah,
this.
sorry.
Again, Baker's life changed when he was told he couldn't do this. Now, granted, this may not be the life advice for you because, as I have said before, I have the trauma. I put the trauma in a safe box. I put that safe box in a gun safe, and I put that gun safe where they put bin Laden. So, do I deal with my trauma? No, we
Yeah.
don't do that. Well, with dark humor and such. But is it still popping, guys? If can you say something?
Is it better?
Yeah, now it is.
I'm just gonna hold it here then. Because I keep hitting the stupid thing. I need to get a new wire.
That might be it. Sometimes but I
Mr.
don't buy this
Lopez's
as being
personal view and personal
I
identity
mean,
was
maybe
that
if
of
you
an
put them
intimate
all
friend circle.
together.
All of it, most of it, he had family, but it was very important to him, certainly.
And so that was gone when he was medically discharged in 2013.
Poof, gone.
And then Darrin was assaulted at home in 2014, is that right?
Yes.
What happened there?
Bill collector came to the home and large guy. He had, I think, stated over 6 foot, 300 pounds. They got into an argument and he was beat up pretty bad, knocked out, I think brief loss of consciousness, orbital fracture. And if he broke some ribs, he had to go to the hospital.
And this was Darrin that was
Darrin, yes.
That took the beating from the collector.
Yes.
Again, on its own, a traumatic event going through something like that.
Yes, another concussion.
And then what happened to his marriage in 2018?
It dissolved. I mean, he and Rebecca, his wife, just became estranged, and she had moved out.
Doctor, what happened in March of 2020? A lot of things happened in March of 2020. That was a terrible question. What happened to the entire world at one time in March of 2020?
COVID.
Based on, I mean, your work experience, how much traumatic stress have you seen just in general from the effects of what COVID did?
World change. I mean, there's a lot of effect of COVID on a lot of folks, and I've had, in part, more business, unfortunately, due to COVID. People that I would never see, I have seen.
Just that event on its own, you've seen a marked increase from a number of people committing criminal activities and doing things they never would have done otherwise but for that pandemic.
And yes, and even higher functioning folks in particular.
Let me step on COVID at one point there. Darrin was receiving, I think we talked about, his initial testing was below average in his functioning. Is that correct?
You mean neuropsychologically? Yeah, it was below average, again, with some deficits in attention and memory the first time in the TBI clinic.
And then he went through a number of treatments that you kind of talked about that raised that level up, and that's based on the records that you've reviewed.
Yeah, to average range, yeah. What
happened to a lot of medical treatments during COVID?
Well, they dissipated, certainly, and it was difficult to see folks, or it was on televideo or on phone.
Is teletherapy as effective as in-person therapy?
I don't know the studies really on that. I mean, but it depends on the therapy. I mean, I don't think the neurofeedback he cannot do
this
anymore. I know
whole
that, but it's
also neurofeedback. Do you want to know how much the government hates neurofeedback and will not, accept it as therapy. Just terrible.
That's
Yeah, I'm with you, John Gary. I'm like, again, stick with the traumatic brain injuries, stick with, all of these traumas coming one after the other. Do not use the coof.
I know. And mainly what happened was a lot of people got divorced. That was about no
And a
murders.
lot of people had babies. And then
Babies
like
got divorced. Yeah.
your one friend got really fit and the
Oh,
rest of us gained 1,000,000,000 pounds.
yeah, and people gained weight. That was pretty much.
As far as I know, he was talking to someone on the phone. He had two folks from the VA. One was doing psychiatric meds and one was doing counseling. So they're doing it on the phone, not even on video or in person.
So I've lost count on the number of traumatic events that we've gone through here. What is your assessment then of Darrin, of his functioning from this long-term effect of PTSD on his personality and his thought process?
So the identity of what we talked about being special forces ops, I mean, that shattered him. And so did, the symptoms of mental illness where he had disability. So then when we move forward, when I did talk to comrades and his daughter, there was really isolation between 2013, 2018, 2019, where the guys I talked to said, we'd hear from him once a year, which was unlike, they were talking a lot more to each other. They go to these pancake breakfasts every few months and try to stay involved with each other's lives. And he just, disappeared. And, I that's part of this, PTSD condition is also part of a depressive disorder that he also had. And those two disorders, importantly, fuse together. There are symptoms, in part, there's symptoms of depression that go into and overlap into PTSD. And that estrangement, isolation, lack of positive emotions, connection to other people is part of, the PTSD. So he just wasn't involved really socially with his friends. And then that led to, over time, his marriage dissolved because of that. His daughter said, Mom said, we haven't talked in 2 years.
Objection, hearsay.
What does PTSD do to a person's ability to assess danger and threats?
So we know with vets coming back to civilian life, there's been quite a bit of research, especially from the Boston VA healthcare system, and where the vets have some deficits in the emotional processing center of the brain we call the limbic system, and in particular the amygdala, which is an area of the brain that is regarded to be really your alarm system of your brain. And it is the size of an almond. And there's quite a few studies that come out with vets that discuss how that area of the brain is compromised and impaired. And that area of the brain is certainly relevant to emotional processing, and PTSD is an emotional disorder in much part.
Where, if you had to use kind of a phrase of where Darrin was at in 2020, early 2020, based on the long-term effects of this PTSD, where was he at that time?
Well, he was in a bad place, not only from the war that's enduring that PTSD is chronic, but then these other events that were on top of that you mentioned, even if they were years before, they were big blows. But also the just separation, the family collapse. So now he's not with children, wife's divorcing him. I think she's with someone else now. She began living with someone else. And then he had more contact with the children. It was off and on. It really didn't seem to spike until Jennifer, which in my opinion became his sole existence at that time.
Let's get this. So the beginning of 2020, he's isolated. He is depressed. He is having identity
Okay,
issues
yeah, but
still,
so was everyone. I mean,
reconditioning back to civilian life.
I'm not trying to be a butthole, but
And he
I
is
know.
suffering from these personality changes from PTSD on his ability to process the world around him.
I would agree with that. COVID doesn't help. It can really, make people very on edge, paranoid, hypervigilant as well. But I think what's important here is that we I know you're going to be getting into the incident and the relationship, but I think one of the things that's important here is that I didn't ever see a pattern of this as far as this type of relationship or prior criminal behavior.
I mean, just to make it completely the point, you reviewed the records. You know, Mr. Lopez doesn't have any criminal prior behavior.
No, and that speaks loudly to me based on what I do.
He had no prior history of drug abuse. No prior history of mental health issues before his deployment and evaluation.
You're correct on that.
Let's talk for a minute about how important Jennifer Faith was to Darrin even before he reconnected. Speak to a minute about
Bring up the Eiffel Tower one more again.
Separated for 20 plus years.
We'll
he
go
latched
full Medea on
onto-
you.
to that, and I know that after his wife, left, started a new life, he, just thought of her, and it was important to him because he didn't really talk a lot about that relationship with folks, but it meant a lot to him. He talked about the song he'd heard and their prior experiences, and at some point reached out and it developed. It developed like so quickly and maladaptively. It is
She was
bizarre
looking
how
for
that happened,
somebody
and it
to
did.
off her husband.
I love that even the therapist, the psychotherapist who's got all like the board degrees and everything, and he's had dissertations, and he's like, it's after 3. It was fucking weird. It's
He
like,
was a little
I see
psycho.
crazy. He's like, I see crazy people every day, and this was just nuts.
Oh my God.
You both interviewed Darrin and then through some of that his testimony.
Mike.
You know that he essentially held onto that relationship in his mind during his deployments. Is that right?
Oh, for
That's what he
God's
said.
sake.
Yes.
And is that like a compartmentalization? Is that something that you see frequently in vets when they have the two lives, home and away?
Yes,
Is it a coping mechanism?
absolutely. So you're trying to avoid the bad stuff and trying to sink into.
I'm gonna tell Mr. Mo when I, just happened to look at, Mike Rowe on Dirty Jobs. I'm just compartmentalizing for my next serious. Like, I know it shouldn't bother me so much, and I know it's one of my things, but the fact that you are married and you still pine away for this other woman, you know, I- part of the reason your marriage didn't work out is because you weren't all the way in, maybe. I'm just saying.
Have you have you ever asked Mr. Mo if he's ever, are you still pining after your prom date?
I don't. Well, he
Can you
also
just tell
doesn't.
me now?
He doesn't. Well, this particular lawyer also doesn't have eyebrows, and neither does the witness. It's a cabal of people that need to go to Jamie's eyelash place.
Yeah.
You could just get a bunch of if I lived near you, I would go to your person, but you could do referrals.
Just think about
She would
something
love you.
Good fantasy.
You'd have a ball.
positive
Talk about
memories
true
of
prom.
I know
something
the
that
gal
is
I got
in the war,
this
and then
time,
you're
who's
having
really
proms at
sweet.
home,
She
and
knew
then
nothing
there's
about
something
trials,
else
so
that
she's
makes
like, "What do you do all
the lighter
day?" I was
side
like,
up,
"I
makes
don't
them
know if
happy,
you
gives
want
them
to
some
know."
fulfillment.
And it's
Oh yeah.
from your evaluation, did you see that as any more pronounced in Darrin with his memories of Jennifer?
Yes, I mean, I saw it even today on the witness stand when he was testifying briefly, but it was, and certainly when he got back.
And I think you noted already, and the state has already made a big deal out of how quickly this relationship took off. Was that odd to you, Doctor?
Yeah, very odd. So, as a psychologist, we want to look at patterns of behavior. So we'd have a different discussion if he was having these pathological relationships that were in his life for decades, and I evaluate a lot of those folks, and we don't have that.
I object to the scope of this testimony, Your Honor. It just goes outside the scope of what is testing. That was the basis of his opinion, was the testing he did on him.
I'm going to overrule the objection this time, and let's get to it.
You've been in here and watched the progression of that entire relationship from March until October, is that right?
Yes.
What kind of triggers did you see in that back and forth relationship for somebody in Darrin's condition?
It's stimulating. It's
Why
fast.
do you have to say it like that?
It has a need for speed, and
Wait.
it is bizarre,
You have a need
odd,
for speed.
peculiar, unhealthy. So that pattern is important in how I conceptualize a case.
We have gone over extensively where we have kind of had a couple of
I have put up a
arcs in
poll
that relationship
chat.
where we had a spike in the emotional relationship almost immediately, and then the initial instances and reports of abuse. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you saw a period in between where that abuse dropped off and got fixed by
I
the fake
loved
drop
that
shoot
video
emails,
game.
and where Darrin felt
I used to play it all the
safer
time.
in Jennifer's situation at that
Need for
time.
Speed.
Correct. Maybe guard down a bit.
And during that time, you saw more of a development of that relationship in that. And again, we're still only talking about what, like 3 months here, right?
Correct.
So I'd step out for just a second because I think we've already talked about, you dealt extensively with sex offenders and sexual assault in your career. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you are familiar with healthy sexual relationships versus non-healthy sexual relationships.
Correct.
I know that it's absolutely not everybody's thing. Is BDSM a unhealthy sexual relationship?
I would say, well, it's not a psychiatric disorder. So that's
Well,
number
thank
one thing
you.
to say. And that is
'Cause I have a
the
lot of
acronym
splaining to
for
do about my
bondage,
Kindle.
discipline, sadomasochism. And that's more of a role play. We have whips, chains, tying
I
down for sexual
feel
gratification.
even more uncomfortable with this man talking about it than the prosecutor. 'Cause
Shelley
at
loves
least the
it.
prosecutor,
She's getting all excited. I
it's
want to hear it
so
too.
uncomfortable.
I
It's
know.
so uncomfortable.
Experimentation, but it has to have informed consent with partners. So when it doesn't, it can be a crime, and it can also be what we call a paraphilic disorder or a sexual deviance disorder, and that's certainly not what we have here. But
Oh,
whether it's healthy or
thank you,
not, I
Ed.
can't personally say. But I would say it's with the
Sir,
partners that
you
are
are a
interested in it,
total
certainly.
closet freako.
And I think you hit on an important word there, consent. In a BDSM relationship like this, you had both parties willingly participating. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's what adults do behind closed doors, is what they do together that they agree to.
correct. Or they're texting about it, role playing on the videos, or
Is there a difference between that and a rape?
Oh yeah, that would be non-consensual sex.
And so somebody could be into BDSM and still absolutely be raped. Is that right?
Yes.
In all of your evaluations of Darrin, and I know that we didn't ask you for this initial question because there's nothing about it, did you see any concerns that you brought to our attention about any sexual dysfunction in any of Darrin? Like, did you have any concerns about his sexual activity?
No, I didn't see that in the records I reviewed.
Now, sexual hyperarousal is another symptom of PTSD, is that right?
It can be. There's been some research recently on vets where it's sexual compulsivity, a bit more impulsive sexual act.
Yeah, that's kind of. I feel like this. I do have a Rumble channel, you guys. All of these chats will be on. We will go. We will just talk to Bunny and have him on, and we'll get all of the smexy info.
Oh boy.
I'm just kidding. Bunny doesn't have to come on, but
I
I
think he
do
does.
have.
I think you
I do
just
have. I have no idea what was going on. I can only assume that YouTube was scared of us giving all the smexy details of everything.
immediacy of the relationship.
Yes, it's a preoccupation.
Yeah.
The
But
immediate sense
yeah,
that there's a lot of,
look, y'all,
you know, banter
if you
talk about
consent
it,
to it,
text
if
about
you're
it.
both
So
adults, awesome sauce.
Let's get
Awesome,
back
all of
to
the awesome.
the offense
You
itself.
guys
After
do
you have this
you,
lull period where they're
you
having
know,
more of this fantasy intimate relationship, what do we see that ramps back up in August and to October there?
well, I think they were getting along fine, and then there was more of the threats.
And where were these threats coming from?
If I remember, it was it was from, I think, Ron.
What kind of effect would that have on Mr. Lopez with the status of his PTSD?
I have no
He's,
idea.
more comfy, cozy in the relationship, guards
Here
him
we
out,
got the
go
whole
back
thing.
up, and he's threatened again.
What kind of mindset does that throw him back into?
Well, he's certainly threatened by it and is alarmed and emotionally rated by it. I think there's a fear with this, and
I'm
he's
sure we will
not
figure
wanting
out a time.
Jennifer to be harmed in any way.
I will be very honest
Part
with you.
of his
The start of school season is about as crazy as it gets around here. But then we will hit kind of a lull because the kids will all be in school. So I can do like long day, streams and, probably do less of the evening stuff so I can do family stuff. We don't,
personality and
I
everything
endeavor
has
to
formed
have a
around Mr.
schedule at
Pete
some
feels very
point.
strong as
I
a
really
protector. Is
do.
that fair?
Absolutely, and Special Forces motto essentially is that.
And so I think one of the hardest questions that we have to answer here is, why did Darrin wait to do something?
Well, he had answered that question earlier, where he was feeling better about the situation. I was told, counseled not to call the police. He didn't want Jamie to figure out that she called. That would put her at risk.
Objection, Your Honor. He's testifying to the jury from what it has nothing to do with his psychological testing of Darrin Lopez.
Let me
He's
get
just
back
now
with
giving
you.
narratives about the case and an opinion, frankly.
Objection sustained
thought
as to
it-
why Mr. Lopez did something or did not.
I thought that experts could give their opinion and kind of opine, but I could be wrong.
Compared to a regular person, how is Darrin's perception of the danger different?
I thought so too.
Well, and for the record, I did talk to him about what happened, so I did get a self-report in my evaluation for his mental state. But as far as somebody with this level of trauma, this
Either,
level of
both,
PTSD,
it
and how it
doesn't
affects
matter.
one's functioning,
More people are over
Hope-
here.
Yeah, hopefully what will happen is YouTube will figure out that a lot of people dual stream now, and we'll have some way to do a combined chat. Or some magical app person will figure out an extension thingy maboppers. Crafting is therapeutic, and I'm sure you know what, if you made it and sent it to me, I would put it on the little shelf back there. The little BDSM lampshade. Mr. Mo would be so proud. I would be ecstatic. You have no idea. I have been looking for, if you all ever saw the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, and they have those really overdone Victorian lamps with the fabric and all the beading, I want one so bad. Welcome,
They
welcome back.
are
And
cool.
welcome, Christy. Yeah, there's even a lady that does on the YouTubes. She
that
makes them
emotional
herself.
functioning can be compromised regarding just misperceiving threat and fear. So the misperception of threat, the exaggeration of fear is significant with individuals I've examined, consistent with what we see in our research.
And so that, along with the enmeshment with Jennifer Faith, that extreme tie with her, what did that do to his decision-making process?
A lot of this is really where he's impaired is about emotional functioning and processing, and that's really between the PTSD and the depression. That can affect, cognitive decision making, but we heard the plan and what he did do. So I have to say that his perception, his emotional perception, certainly was skewed and impaired.
Is it was Was it weird that that sense of danger and perception could last over an extended amount of time, not only for days or weeks, but let's say a 10-hour drive?
And at that point, well, can I describe what he told me?
I mean, is that pertinent to your ability to tell the jury why that, or whether that threat level can stay the same for Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Then
I feel like he shouldn't have to ask this question because he
became the
also has a
center
law
of his
degree.
being, and it was, as he had said, is a mission, survival mission.
It is
eliminate the threat. And that perception of threat is impaired in this case. And because we don't have a history of this. And there's a context between considering Jen and what she brings to the table with this and his work experiences. He's not functioning normally. None of this is normal.
And so,
Gotta love when a
because of
shrink's
that,
like,
and
look,
his
you're
options of
really
solution
out there.
are
Like
those
I've seen
limited
some
to
crazies, and you are just
It's a man on a mission.
Oof.
It's like
so
he's trained.
as where he's at, if he calls the police, what happens?
She could die.
If he tries to just remove her from the situation, what happens?
Someone could get killed.
And so what does he have left in that impaired decision making?
Well, he wants to, as he was trained to do in this small group, act, on his own to eliminate that threat.
Within a reasonable degree of psychological and neuropsychological certainty, based on all of the information that we've gone over that you've viewed, do you think that Darrin Lopez reasonably believed that he was preventing an imminent commission of sexual assault, aggravated sexual assault, and potentially a murder?
Objection as to his opinion on this particular set of facts on this question.
The experts are allowed to answer ultimate questions, Judge. I believe that we've laid the predicate both for the situation Mr. Lopez was in, as well as the information that Dr. Fabian has to his impairment at this time, and should be able to answer that question.
I disagree. The objection is sustained. His expertise is in different areas, not self-defense.
Doctor, based on your assessments and based on your understanding of Mr. Lopez's current psychological state, where he was at, do you believe that he felt it was immediately necessary to kill James Faith to protect Jennifer Faith?
I'm going to object on the same basis, Your Honor.
Same rule. Objection sustained.
I'll pass.
Cross-examination?
Yes, briefly. Dr. Fabian, is that correct?
Hi.
Good afternoon. When you did you looked at the DOD records and you looked, which were not too bad, actually. I mean, he went often, right? There's not even 12 pages of records in that.
Yeah, they were really clumped a lot in the earlier years, 2012, 13.
Okay. But he was doing all his treatment. Whatever, he was going to his treatments very regularly, wouldn't you say? Yes or no?
It was inconsistent, but he was getting treatment leading up to the offense.
Okay. And mostly he was diagnosed with PTSD, which you've talked about.
Yes.
Depression.
Yes.
ADHD.
Yeah,
It is in the records.
Yeah, he was
ADHD,
diagnosed
yes.
with that, yes.
And a concussion. A mild TBI.
Multiple concussions, yes.
Mild TBI.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he did some testing, and on one test he scored below average on some cognitive, or no, I'm sorry, not cognitive, but attention and memory.
Yes.
But then on the next test, he got better, and he became average or even above average.
In some places, it was overall average, yeah.
Okay. And we know that thousands upon thousands of people are diagnosed with PTSD, correct?
Yeah.
And PTSD can come from many different things, not just the military, correct?
Correct.
A gang rape, for instance, would cause
Absolutely.
PTSD.
Yes.
Okay. And of these thousands of people with PTSD, not many go out and commit murder, correct?
Most don't.
Most don't. Most don't drive in 7 hours, or I'm sorry, 10 hours and shoot a man 7 times. Correct?
Most people do not.
Okay. Even somebody with depression.
Correct.
Nothing further past the witness.
Gang rape could lead to PTSD, is that right?
Yeah.
And being exposed to your loved one being gang raped can cause additional trauma and PTSD.
Yes.
Darrin's perception of danger was greater than the common person, fair?
Fair.
And his ability to assess threat was diminished in comparison to the common individual.
Absolutely. The
Sean Burt,
he has disability for that condition.
you and Sal are my
His ability
my
to evaluate
feral ones in chat.
solutions at that point is diminished.
And moms
because
always
of
have
his
a
emotional,
special place for their
and
feral ones,
disability-
but they're
his
always
emotions.
kind of like, what the
I would
hell?
agree. And again, this is more about how he functioned emotionally.
You see the face I make when the feralist one comes out.
He can
That's
do treatment and get back.
basically the
that
face I
he's Bert
make.
too. Now you made him a
had-
Bert.
Yes.
And he does improve with treatment, correct?
Sean
He has
Burt.
Nothing further.
With
Well,
happened
or
without
Bunny
Jennifer
Burt.
pushing
I don't know
this
which one
button.
I like better.
Objection,
I know.
absolutely speculation, Your Honor.
We will think about it.
I'll allow you to answer that.
No.
You
Pick
can
her up
answer
the
that.
idea.
No.
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, no objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection.
She's mad,
Excuse me,
Ellie.
service.
She's big mad.
Well, I think she's done with this entire case. I
Jury,
think,
the jury is 5:30. I'm going to send you home for the evening. We're going to take care of some procedural matters up here for a little while. But I'm going to ask that you be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for resuming the trial, 9 a.m. Very good. Please don't discuss the case even among yourselves, and please don't do any independent research. Thank you all very much. We'll see you tomorrow. All rise for the jury.
100%, I looked up some things after that whole text thing yesterday. So
Did
these
you?
jurors are better people than me. And then I had to burn my phone.
I know. I was like, what device do I look it up on? I haven't yet, though.
I was telling Mr. Mo, he's like, so I said, you know how I joke with you that most of our chats degenerate into weird, like smexy peen talk? I was like, today it was the most uncomfortable it's ever been.
Oh, true.
Yes, have a wonderful time, Wendy. Rock that sundress. Go out, have some fun.
This is where my head's at on that. Okay, it's an authentic document because it's certified as such. That doesn't mean it doesn't contain hearsay. There are a number of hearsay exceptions that may apply, one of which is, I suppose, statements made in furtherance of a conspiracy. But I don't think these are statements made in furtherance of a conspiracy. This is one conspirator who is saying what me and another conspirator did. They are, in other words, recounting what happened. That's not in furtherance of, so that's where my ruling comes from on that. I suppose then the other one will be statements against interest. My understanding of the rules are on statements against interest, though, is that if you have one person saying,
The dirty
a
text.
co-defendant, recounting what they did, and including another person, that may not get you there. But perhaps what most piqued me about this is that you said that it was rebutting some of the statements that were made on cross-examination, right, to clear up some misconceptions. I'm reading this, and maybe I don't see what you're seeing. Tell me what statements, if you could, and you can certainly come up and get defendants number 4. What statements are you reading that would rebut some implicit charges that were made on cross-examination?
Not only cross-examination, Judge, the state's opening.
Anywhere
The state's
from this
opening
trial.
all the way through, there had been this implication that all of this was some kind of fantasy role play and that that Darrin Lopez
You know what?
knew.
Maybe the ginger ate the last yogurt in the snack bar thing, like at the start of trial, and she's just been big hot mad
Yeah.
because she has a hate eggplant for him, for this entire defense team so much.
Or should have known at some level that
Not
this was
that
all just a game and
no.
the murder was completely separate from that. In defense number 4, I'm going to page, excuse me, give me a second to find it, Judge, my apologies.
I like this judge.
He's calm. He
And he,
really
like,
thinks about
wants-
things.
Yeah, like you.
And he's giving the defense the benefit of, anything during the trial is supposed to get weighed. If it can weigh slightly so he's really doing that, like, look, I'm looking at all the angles. I don't know, but argue it to me.
Judge, I can narrate from the record, starting on page 3 of the exhibit. This is the sealed document, which is signed by Jennifer Fay, and she initials by each one of these statements in the factual resume. It states that the defendant further stipulates that on April 9th, 2020, she used the Google Chrome browser on her desktop at her home.
I did answer that.
to
No,
create
they
a fake
haven't
email
rested.
address in the name of her husband, JamieFaith511@gmail.com. The defendant admits that while posing as her husband, she used the fake email account to send multiple emails to DRL on his personal email account that falsely claimed that Jamie Faith was physically and sexually abusing her. The defendant admits that she attached some of the email photographs that depicted images of extreme physical and sexual abuse being committed. The defendant admits that some of the images she sent to DRL were not images of her, but were in fact images downloaded from the internet. It continues that she stipulates that on May 13th, she used a Google Chrome browser on her desktop computer at her home to create a second fake email address in the name of one of her best friends. S is then blanked out 225@gmail.com. And the defendant admits that between May 13th, 2020 and August of 2020, she used the fake email account in the name of her friend to assume her friend's identity and send multiple emails to DRL on his personal account that falsely claimed that Jamie Faith was physically and sexually abusing the defendant.
To me, none of those facts have really been in dispute that she did those things. Do you think that
I believe
Those
that,
are
I
undisputed.
do not believe they are in dispute either, Judge. I do believe that the state throughout the entire course of the case is trying to leave the implication that they are in dispute, and that issue needs to be cleared up, especially when you have a judicial document.
Yes.
Problem also maybe that I see is that if you're gonna put in some of that, and you're gonna put in all of that.
Yes, sir.
And up until now, I haven't heard anything about this life insurance policy that you tried to get for $629,000. I haven't heard about a house that they tried to buy and look at or send something in there that in Tennessee sometime after the murder. I haven't heard about anything. You want to get into that too?
Judge, I think all of those things have been addressed. That there was a leasing question that Jennifer Faith offered credit to, Darrin Lopez testified to, and that he, although receiving the credit cards that the state has sent over, has that he did not benefit financially from this event in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Do you have any objections to
I mean,
defendant's exhibit number?
that's really cool. I mean, I don't think I've seen another judge do that. Like, okay, you really want to do this because it shows some more schmucky things that your client did.
Mhm.
So that's really cool.
Yeah.
I like this judge. His wife made him a little cricket thing.
Yeah.
He put it
He seems
he put
very
it right by
good.
his bench. He's so cute.
He
He
is a
has a
little
head
cute.
that pulls off a bald head because
Besides the, okay.
you have
Well,
a divity
I
head.
completely agree
Doesn't
with the
look
court. The fact that these
well.
fake email accounts, that has been said since my opening statement. She created those fake email accounts. That has never been in dispute. And we put every bit of evidence in to show that.
Ma'am.
The state is allowed to have a theory that, and yes, that he knew or should have known something.
She said he didn't. So why are you trying
Having
to
this
twist
in,
it?
especially with the other things, is
Well, I mean, I'm of two minds of it because I can see it argued where any one of us in chat would have seen this as all hot mess crazy and not gone to do what he did. But the way she's presenting it is also kind of unfair if she is
they're not-
shading.
Has that been your perception though? Like without her knowing, like
No.
if you didn't know that she had admitted to literally doing this on purpose.
No. Now, what I do think instead of having to try to get all of these freaking, papers in, what they should have done, what I would have done, is I would have videotaped the day that you bring in all the evidence to Darrin to show him that she's a lying hose beast, and you get that reaction. Because if he was still there trying to say like, "No, you are all lying to me, your entire team is lying to me," that would be much more effective on me, I guess. I don't know about, like, chat, you tell me. Would you rather have seen that or have Jennifer testify?
And anybody in chat, like, is that because that was what I've been getting this whole time. That's why I kept saying, like, why is she making it seem like he knew about all this and they were in it together when she admitted to, which I already knew that. That's why I knew she like admitted to everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the defense is hoping that you can hold both of these opinions at the same time, that yes, she tricked him, but he was kind of a dumbass. So the state is hoping you don't, and she tricked him, but he ought to know better. So I think they're both admitting that they're um okay, what was the question? So they're arguing over whether Jen Jen's plea deal official document from the federal case should be allowed in because the state has been implying and shading that Darrin either knew, suspected, or should have known that all of this was shenanigans, which I agree.
Or like he was in on it. Like that was kind of what they were
Yeah,
saying,
like
is that like he
I
was
mean,
in on all this.
in cross, she basically again implied a lot and asked direct questions like, "You knew this was a game. This was a game between you and her." I think she used the phrasing "game" several
Yeah.
times.
And then the whole like, I think that's why he was saying like, oh well, the insurance thing is gonna come into play and stuff, which is because like he got some credit cards from her or something like that. But
So I believe she sent him credit cards, and she was looking at using the $600K life insurance for them to buy a property together. You
Yeah.
know, in a world where the police don't look at cell phone records, I guess.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Matt.
Well, yeah, I
It
do believe he's
none of this
guilty,
gets him to not guilty.
but they're trying to say, like, if the defense I don't know how to explain it, because in my head it always sounds so good.
Oh, I
But
know.
you know what I mean? Like, the defense is trying to put this that Jennifer was the mastermind of this all, and the state's kind of doing the opposite, in my opinion. Like, they're keeping a lot of that stuff out. So
Yeah, I think well, and that's probably their strategy because, you know, they want the highest conviction. They, you know, believe that he is all the guilty and yeah, he's definitely less culpable than her and
I think that's what they want to show too, because they know he's gonna be convicted for sure.
I mean, he did on balance chat, did one for he came off sympathetic, two for he came off cringy and terrible. And he did both at different times. So which had the greater thing? So one is he came off more sympathetic on balance, or two, he came off worse on direct. What phrasing? But
I agree with Bunny too. That's like what
yeah.
it's just like she was using him because she quickly went into all this BS. Like
Yeah.
after what, not speaking to him for 30 years or
Well,
whatever.
yeah, she
And
did
then
a
all of a sudden you're like, oh, he's just, you know, doing all these things and really, really, I mean, she
yeah.
created fake accounts and people to
Yeah, I mean,
that's
it's
that's not something
I
that you just like come up with overnight.
no.
You don't
Well,
wake up one day and
yes
say,
and
I'm
no,
going to
because
accuse my husband of these things to this man that clearly loves me, and I'm gonna just get him to take care of my
yeah,
problem.
yeah, I'm just hoping that dance instructor, because dance instructor has been holding back. I am waiting for dance instructor comment time because I think he's gonna be yeah, I could see how he yeah, because he was very not scattered on direct. And I thought maybe he would kind of scatter Pate.
Yeah.
But he was able to answer things. It was a roller coaster because Jamie, you and I were talking like for a couple minutes, we would be like, "Oh my god, this is terrible." And then,
Mhm.
okay, maybe he's kind of understanding and he's still protecting her. And it was just like, what
I
is
think
going
that's the biggest
on?
one for me is the protecting her still, and it's just like, guy,
Well,
she
you know,
lied to you.
that could also play with the jury. I mean, if they see that he is still unable to balance this in his mind, I mean, that might be a coincidence. Well, I think he's married he was married to his ex-wife at the time, dance instructor guy.
There's a dance instructor character.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
dance
was
instructor
friends. He's the one right there in the blue
yeah,
behind
the blue tight polo, very tan.
he was friends with Jennifer and Jamie.
Yeah. And he has been staring daggers at our defendant.
Designed just to make her look like the worst person. And I think that that is prejudicial to a jury. If that makes sense.
Well,
This has not been in dispute that she created the fake emails.
Oh.
But I'm not sure why her factual resume needs to come in order to clear that. When you made the point earlier, Your Honor, that she could have been called to testify. This is only,
She still could be.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry, she still can be, but this is a poor substitute, and this is why there are these rules.
I go over to Mr. Duke, Mr.
And we
Sanchez.
have case law that says you can't put in the judicial confession of a co-defendant because it's not relevant.
Could I
Would
see that?
be,
she's rolling her eyes all over the place.
these say.
But can I read that? I would like to read that case. I don't know that case off the top of my head. What's the citation?
Also, this is why I could not be a lawyer because they'd be like citation something 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 something.
Probably Ed Gein.
Dude, Mr.
Probably.
Sanchez, you guys are having some kind of discussion here. You still want to go forward with this process, or you want to withdraw it? before
I
start taking
mean,
cases?
y'all, like I said, you
'Cause
do
I-
you.
wrong with
Mr.
essentially, I
Mo,
agree with you. It's not usually
Mr. Mo
relevant.
said we
It's
couldn't
not
put in
usually
a
admissible,
stripper
however,
pole
there are
and
some
make it
kind of
look like
misconceptions
foundational
usually.
work. And then I realized
And I do.
getting a stripper pole would mean I'd
I'm gonna
be
stop
ending
after
up
this
in
and-
the ER. What had happened, your doctorness,
Yeah.
was
We will withdraw the exhibit.
Okay. Defense exhibit number 4 is withdrawn for my consideration, so I don't need to make a ruling on that. I will read the case later, though, I promise.
I will wait.
That brings us to your next steps. We have a jury that's going to be here bright and early tomorrow. They're going to hear testimony, or they're going to hear you all rest. What are they going to hear tomorrow morning?
I'm going to need to discuss that with co-counsel judge. We may have a regurge of some additional testimony
Okay.
at that time, and just review and make sure there's nothing else there. I think that we are pretty much done at this point.
Is there any way we can handle the rearage right now?
If you'll give me 10 minutes with counsel, just to kind of go over what we have put out today and see if we're missing anything.
Okay. I would really like to, if we can, so
If I
we get
could.
everything squared away until tomorrow morning. And if it's going to be that we're going to have arguments, that we can go straight into the arguments. I understand I'm keeping y'all late, and it's because of me this morning. So I'm not trying to rush you.
No, I didn't actually, and I apologize, I didn't send this to counsel earlier. Ms. Brand and I have been working on the jury charge judge. I have a draft that I've just completely spaced to send back to her, and I
That's fine.
apologize. I can do that now while Mr. Lopez and I chat so that she can review that and we can kind of see where we're at.
All right, tell you what, why don't we take a recess? It's 5:35. I really appreciate y'all being here, first of all.
this
I really
judge
do.
is
Some
just
other
so
courts may
sweet.
not
We need to send him
appreciate
like a bagel or something.
I know.
It's 5:35. Can I see y'all in 10 minutes?
Yes.
And I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to give Ms. Simmons a break. So we're courts in recess.
All right. See if I thought I saw
Come
the
back.
judge somewhere.
There we go. And are they discussing more of this?
Do you know, I never know I could do that. Just push it on that time. Look, I am not the smartest bulb in the daisy
You are
field.
the smartest. What are you talking about?
Technology wise. I don't want a firefighter pole, but have you seen it's on Facebook and it's this little like sucker thing that takes laundry and drops it directly in your laundry room from like no matter where. It's like a vacuum thingy they put in your walls.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, do I want one of those? But
Those
then
are cool.
again, oh my God, what would all of my children try to put in the pipes? And probably have a cat live in there or something.
They're just doing arguments,
Well,
Shelley.
Bunny,
We're not.
I purposely don't learn very small and incredibly easy things so I can be easily amazed and keep my childlike joy and view of the world. Ugh. Okay, I thought I saw him pop up.
You did.
Sirs, we are like, I guess they.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, so we are at the end of this day. And oh my gosh, has it been a long one?
It has. Ooh.
He did okay, sort of good. I think they're checking to make sure that there aren't any other witnesses that they want to call. It looks like it's a dual case again where they have the guilt and innocent phase and then the penalty phase. I don't know if that's oh, I've never seen the cat.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
Oh my
Say
gosh.
hi.
If Thor and her weren't fixed, they could have little turdlets.
Oh, yeah. That's the last thing I need. This little shithead.
No, yeah, Thor's a butt.
She isn't usually allowed up here because she rubs on everything, so she just like knocks over my whole thing. Like that's
Yeah, Thor
that's
will
what she
purr
does.
in the. Hey, we were geniuses. We had all the things to talk about. We had to get Dave's lawyerly opinions. So if you
know.
have not, please go over to MLS Law Show and like and subscribe because he piggybacked on to me for reasons. But he is out. He is grifting big so that when he becomes big, we can all ride on his coattails. That is my plan.
Yes.
Doing all the work, seeing all the people.
Mhm.
Subscribe and like to Baker. Baker has been doing the lion's share of the mornings and helping me out with how to learn to do all the things when you're doing the dual stream. So that's awesome. And then
He did. He came in and just started dual streaming with her and then left.
And then, of course, support Jamie with her lash
Oh.
fund. She needs to stay elegant and beautiful while she keeps us on or off the rails. She knows she's smart. She knows what we need on rails, off rails. She keeps us there,
I try.
except for Saturday, except for Stab Your Day, which just
That is
isn't a
our
rail.
time to shine, Mo, and just be ridiculous.
Yes. And then me, if you would like to subscribe, I am Mo from Mo in the Deep End. I am a mom of 6. You can probably tell chaos. All the cats, all the kids, one husband. So far. I mean, we're working on the brother husband thing. I do crime, court, chaos, current events, all maybe talking to Twisted about all the smexy things. We don't know. I do have a Rumble now. It is Mo in the Deep. All one thing because apparently you can't have spaces at Rumble. So I'm gonna try to get all of my videos over there soon. And then I guess if I have more than 5 followers, I can stream there, but Salbert's gonna have to help me because that's just how we roll. And I will see you all tomorrow. I'll probably pop in. Hopefully we get to closing statements and then we have like a verdict watch. I do not think that
Oh, there's a verdict on the
sorry,
cray
we'll
cray?
get a verdict. I don't oh, really?
Business already? Jeez. Well, I mean, I'm not shocked.
I mean, have you met the woman? So I will be off of here. I am going to spend a little bit of time with Mr. Mo because, he misses me for some reason. And then we'll see you all in the morning. Have a great evening.
Bye.